Welcome, everybody. We have already started this session with the Permanent Tribunal, and I would like to introduce the dynamics of today's session. We will be presenting our colleagues, and first of all, Dr. Joaquín Flores Méndez, who is representing our Director General, Heredia, from the Metropolitan Autonomous University, UAM. We have Dr. Joaquín Flores Méndez, General Coordinator for the for Education Strengthening. Go ahead, Doctor. We also have Leon Credence from Free Press Unlimited. Here we have Emmanuel Colombia from Reporters Without Borders, Jan Albert Hudson from the Committee for the Protection of Journalists, and finally Gianni Tagnoni, who is the Secretary General of the People's Permanent Tribunal. So I will now give the floor to Dr. José Antonio Flores Méndez, General Coordinator of Academic Strengthening, for its inaugural speech. Good morning. Gianni Tagnoni, Secretary General of the People's Permanent Tribunal. Hudson, Representative for the Protection of Journalists. Emmanuel Colombia, General Director of Reporters Without Borders for Latin America. Mila Trolltree, Latin American Director for the Free Press Unlimited program. Williams, Director of International Partnership. Dear colleagues for the Free Press Network. Dear colleagues from the university, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Dr. Heredia, I salute you. He is unable to attend. I will read some of the texts that he asked me to read. In Mexico, as in many other parts of Latin America, the exercise of journalism has become a high-risk work. Professionals of information face violence daily and the impunity that shakes our region as a whole. Their work has been affected by the interests of corporations, the mobs, and connivance of the authorities, which has led to a rampant impunity. These words, even though I agree with, are not mine. They were written 5 years ago by Dr. Javier Esteino Madrid, Dr. Patricia Ortega Ramirez, and Dr. Yomana Rovira Sanchez, who were members of the Department of Education and Communication of the Xochimilco unit of the Metropolitan Autonomous University, in the context of the most difficult times for journalists in Mexico. And with great grief, we can corroborate that the situation of violence, enforced disappearances, and murder of journalists in our country has not ceased. On the contrary, is still there. There is still impunity. The attack on the social right to information has reached a critical level, but the states are passive. So the international civil society has organized itself as a People's Permanent Tribunal on the murder of journalists, a social exercise which is fundamental for a safer world for the truth project. Began at The Hague last year. Following the tradition of the Russell Tribunal of 1967, this gives voice to the people affected by violence, including victims and their families, but also their colleagues who are trying to make justice. 3 weeks ago, Article 19 organization presented their 2021 report on freedom of speech, access to information, and respect of human rights in Mexico, where they established that there was an attack against the press every 14 hours, more than 600 attacks and 33 murdered journalists during this 6 year period, including 8 in the first quarter of 2022. The most concerning part, according to the report, is that this trend to invisibilize this problem related to human rights has strengthened. Universities and education institutions are points of meeting, plurality, and so forth, where the exchange of visions are part of our nature, and as such, we are fundamental actors. But we are not outside this crisis. On this month, Violeta Remedios, an academician, and the journalist Ledesma Rosman, director of the digital channel Rompeviento, were threatened after the publication of the report Mexico Litio, which is part of an investigation report of the university. This makes very clear that attacks on freedom of speech are also attacks on free of thought and the consciousness of the society. These undermine the work of the university, they undermine the liberties of teaching and the autonomy of the university. The Metropolitan Autonomous University and its 5 headquarters, as well as other important institutions of Mexico, signed the Inter-American Agreement on Freedom of Thought and Expression in Mexico. From the Red Against Violence, we have assumed the commitment to investigate the different forms of violence exerted against journalists. We want to develop strategies to solve this problem and to encourage collaboration between academia and journalists. I need to remember that the Xochimilco unit of UAM, from their Department of Communication and their Division of Human Sciences, have promoted different symposiums and international fora with regard to the situation of journalists in Mexico. It has been very clear that to this morning we are honoring this commitment. We hope that this social exercise will contribute to development of public policies for the protection of freedom of speech, to combat impunity of these aggressions against press, and to guarantee our right to the truth. Welcome everybody. Welcome to our house. Open house to time. Thank you very much, Dr. Joaquin Flores Mendez, General Coordinator for the Strengthening of the Academia. Thank you for your excellent words from the UAM. I will now give the floor to Leon Willems, who will be giving some remarks. Thank you. And Mira Chaudi as well. Welcome, honorable members of the Tribunal, journalists, colleagues, and guests who are here at the opening of this People's Permanent Tribunal in Mexico City. Imagine a world where your wife, who's a journalist, has been murdered, and there is a grave where you can visit her to honor her legacy. Imagine a world where you're a journalist and someone is threatening your children because of what you just wrote, and that person is incarcerated. Imagine a world where you can write about corruption and embezzlement, and that is investigated, not you as a communicator, but them. Imagine a world where your colleague is murdered and your text and the audience demands justice together with the newspaper. No journalist should pay with their life for their work. But this happens, of course. We must ensure that all the murders of journalists are investigated and the actors are duly processed and face the consequences. Mainly, we just let justice be done for the colleagues and their families. But this rarely happens, unfortunately, which is why we welcome today the People's Permanent Tribunal on the murder of journalists. The following session of the People's Permanent Tribunal. According to UNESCO, at least 87% of journalist murders remain unpunished. Throughout the world, journalists are censored, they're exiled, or they have to abandon their profession because their lives are at risk. Throughout the places we work, journalists ask and wonder, when can we will work in safety? Which is why we need further protection, more judicial processes, more actions carried out by law professionals, and so forth. For this to happen, it is essential to count with the political will to solve this problem. This deserves our whole attention. A Safer World for the Truth team has carried out research, and we have discovered that there are many cases where judicial processes in many different countries, today we're talking about Mexico, of course, but next month we will have similar procedures in Syria and Sri Lanka. And these events do not occur in a suitable way. We are not listening to the witnesses. The evidence disappears. Wrong people are incarcerated. And that's just in the case of having a case. This is a problem for the colleagues and families of the disappeared journalists who have not had a place to be heard. This tribunal must be a place of commemoration, but also we must empower and inspire the judicial processes in the cases of murder of journalists. We hope that this tribunal will contribute to establish recommendations to improve the national and international journalist protection programs. We need to stop impunity. It is our collective duty. We need a safer world for truth. Thank you. Thank you very much for your words, Mira Chowdhury from Free Press Unlimited. Now we invite Emmanuel Colombia from Reporters Without Borders. Go ahead, Emmanuel. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to this space. Today is a very important day for everyone who are exerting freedom of speech. It's a very important day for the world, for freedom of speech, for Mexico, a very special day in the struggle against impunity. That is the foundation of the vicious circle of violence against journalists in Mexico. Today, the violence is rampant. Just in 2022, someone murdered at least 8 journalists in retaliation of their work. This violence, these murders are just the tip of the iceberg of a terrible system of violence that it can have and manifest in different forms. With this unprecedented initiative, with this great People's Tribunal, through the case of Milo, we would like to demonstrate that the judicial authorities have failed in their mission. We must show that there is a way, there's a path to truth and justice, and that things can change. We have decided with RSF and CPJ to select Milo's case because we consider, and you will know why later on and tomorrow, that in many aspects this highlights the deficiencies of local and federal justice. In many ways, this case is a symbol of that impunity situation that affects and hinders the press, because it's an almost completely impune case. Through this case, we would like to homage all the journalists of Veracruz who lost their lives during the mandate of Javier Duarte, and all the journalists who lost their lives for working for the sake of information everywhere in Mexico and everywhere in the world. And they lost their lives because of their role in the society, which you know very well. I just would like to thank the family of Milo who's here. Some of you have come from far away. This means a lot to us. We know what this represents for you, so thank you very much for being here. I would like to thank the special rapporteur of the IHCR, who will be with us during these 2 days, and thanks to Free Press Unlimited for the coordination of this important event. Just to finish, I would like to invite you to remain tomorrow because we will have a concert, an interpretation from the singer Vivir Quintana, Mexican singer who will be interpreting exclusively a corrido, a song, who is called Corrido for the Truth, the Corrido of Milo. So at 5 p.m. tomorrow, we will have her singing and rendering homage. Thank you very much. I wish you an excellent hearing.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. From Journalists Without Borders, and now we will go with Jantan Hussein for the Journalists Association words. Dear guests, thank you very much to each and every one of you for being here with us today. So before anything else, I would like to thank the team from Safe Words for the Truth, because they have been working very hard for a long time in order to make this hearing possible, and also the UAM for giving us this beautiful space that I believe is very appropriate for this event. And for CPJ, the organization of this tribunal has been a priority for this year, because we have the notion that impunity is a key factor that has been boosting for decades this constant violence against journalists and advocates for human rights in Mexico. This tribunal is specifically focusing on a case that has been quite transcendental, Milo Vela, that was murdered in Veracruz in 2012. And it is not only the factors that altogether take us to these murderers of journalists in the country, but but also to make accessible and visible all of the failures from the state, the Mexican state, to prevent violence, and also for allowing for these murderers and disappearances to stay in impunity. I would like to start with this chilling information. Mexico, for over a decade, has been in the first place of murders and disappearances of journalists in the Western Hemisphere. And also, Mexico is the country with the highest number of disappeared journalists at a global level. In this year only, Mexico has been the second country at a global level with the highest number of murders of journalists, only under Ukraine, that is a country in war. And according to the Global Index of Impunity, a document published every year by CPJ, Mexico is in the 6th place, only under countries that are in war currently. Impunity sometimes seems to be something abstract, but in reality it is a series of events. It is this timeline of failures from the Mexican state that allows for these crimes to never be solved. It begins by not answering an emergency call from police officers, and it gets even deeper because of the lack of the application of best investigational practices in the crime scene, and not taking seriously all of the testimonials from the victims, and the lack of coordination between the federal institutions and agencies, and it ends with the lack of determinations and rulings. Impunity is the violation of the basic rights of victims, and as a consequence of this, the relatives of the victims will never have access to the truth, and with this, the society as well will never have access to the truth. We cannot publish the truth because they don't know if they will be the following victim. The media stop publishing, and the audience is always in the dark, where having proper information in order to exercise their basic rights is impossible. This is the case in the state of Veracruz, a state that will be starring the hearings of this tribunal today and tomorrow. And our basic goal is to try and open access to the truth and justice to a case that for one whole decade has been one of the open wounds in the freedom of speech in Mexico. We expect for the Mexican state to actually pay attention to these hearings and to consider the testimonials that are being used to design the necessary public policy in order to take a step towards a fairer Mexican state, a safer Mexican state with less impunity. But most of all, we really want them to consider the pain and the courage of the relatives of Milo Vela, whose story is the story of the journalism in Mexico, that after years of violence and impunity have never stopped searching for the truth and justice. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your kind words, Jan Albert Hudson, from the Committee for the Protection of Journalists. And now we want to welcome Janet Tagnoni, General Secretary of the Permanent People's Tribunal. Good morning, everyone. I believe that one of the most important things, as it always happens when we open a procedure of this Permanent People's Tribunal, is to give the floor to the peoples and the representatives of those peoples, because they are the true stars of these sessions of the Tribunal of the Peoples. That would be the other face of the law, giving the floor to these victims, first of all, in order to provide this visibility to them and for them to be the focus of these matters. This session of the People's Tribunal regarding the murder of journalists, as you know, is the stage within a process that was open in The Hague months ago, and that includes other stages that are also considering other situations that are other than Mexico's, that are in Syria, Sri Lanka. Those are exemplary stages of what is going on at a global level regarding the murder of journalists. That is not a sum of individual murders, but it's the expression of what is being said in this subtitle of all of this process, this search for a safer world in order to get to the truth. And it is quite evident that facing this challenge, the murder of journalists is the expression of this global policy that is related to war, characterized by the fact that they are not allowing the truth of things behind the murder of journalists to be manifested in terms of responsibilities and compatibility with the rights of the peoples. Just as the war that we are going through right now in Europe in such a dramatic way in Ukraine and in Russia, the truth is the first victim facing everything that is going on. And Mexico, with this exemplary case that we have decided to talk about in this session, is obviously a perfect model. The murder of journalists has always been in our past. We have the relatives of these journalists that back then was the star of this session. And they are the witnesses regarding how long it can take before having a specific visibility of the case. And it is another example of what has been said in the last intervention, that the actual star of this war against journalists is impunity. This impunity that evidently shows this difficulty from all of the powers that rule these murders to look for responsibility. On the other hand, it also indicates this absence of international law and of taking charge of this transversal war in all other countries that are facing this reality. In that sense, the Tribunal of the Peoples, with all of the restrictions in its role, has created this process by sending, according to its bylaws, the act of the accusation that we have received before the Mexican authorities, even though, of course, the responsibility is not specifically referring to the current people, but also the representatives of the government of Mexico and the state. We have sent an invitation to participate and to add up to the responsibility of what is going on. We have invited the President of the Republic of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, and also the National Secretary of the Defense, the Undersecretary of Human Rights, and the Special Prosecutor for the assistance to the warranty of freedom of speech, and also the General Attorney of the state of Veracruz. This invitation was also accompanied by an invitation to appoint a defense group that could represent if there is a specific position of the Mexican state. So far, we have not received any response, and tomorrow we'll see what we will be doing regarding these invitations to judge everything that has happened. We have appointed a jury that is here partially today in person, and also a jury that will be participating remotely. Here in person, we have 3 representatives of this tribunal: Philippe Texier, that is the president of the Permanent Tribunal of the Peoples; Marcela Turati, who is an independent journalist that is known by everyone; Marina Forti from Italy, that is a journalist and a writer; and remotely, we have the direct participation for this whole procedure from Eduardo Ribertoni from Argentina, the representative of the Regional Office for the South America of the Inter-American Institute for Human Rights, Gil Berenguer from Australia, that is Dean and main researcher of the Department of Law of the Sydney University, Maria Rosaria Guglielmi from Italia, a magistrate and vice president of the European Magistrates for Democracy and Freedoms, and Ellen Jarvis from Australia, Cambodia, Vice President of the Permanent Tribunal of the Peoples, along with Nello Rossi from Italy, also Vice President of the Permanent Tribunal of the Peoples, and also Kalpana Sharma from India, independent journalist. With these members of the tribunal that will be participating in a different way according to the logistics that we have today for these sessions that we have right now in The Hague in May, and then the presentation of the resolutions of the tribunal that will take this time to prepare a statement or a specific trial based on the huge amount of material that we have received as a tribunal, and that of course requires this careful attention in order to produce recommendations and indications that are always aligned with these sessions that we have in Mexico, aligned with this house that is open to time, in order to have the idea that we can never forget what has happened during the repression of the rights of the peoples and the journalists that are the voice of these peoples. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Janet Tagnoni, Secretary General of the Permanent Tribunal of the Peoples. We will now give the floor to the prosecutor of this tribunal, Almudena Bernabeu, please. Good morning. Good morning, and thank you very much, jury of this panel, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me. Can you hear me okay? Thank you. It is an honor being able to serve you today as a prosecutor regarding the accusation or the party that is in charge of representing the hundreds or thousands of journalists that have suffered from these threats here and in other geographies, but especially the Mexican journalists that in the last 20 years have been victims of threats, of intimidation, and in many cases, death. Unfortunately, I would like to reiterate, and we have said this before, but I really want to thank the three organizations that are responsible for this huge effort, and that is Free Press Unlimited, the Commission for the Protection of Journalists, CPJ, and of course, Journalists Without Borders. And we are going to talk a little bit about something, and I will try to break down what we will have in the next couple of days and what we are trying to do from the position that we're at today. My colleague and myself, we will try to tell you and provide this forum, this space, as the president of the panel was saying, the space and the forum for the voices of the journalists and the people who are professional and the relatives. And special thanks to the family of the journalists. They will be these ambassadors of what happened in Veracruz, and I believe that is a fundamental part of what we're going to be looking at today and tomorrow. The statistics, we have mentioned them all, just to go a little bit deeper into the severity of why we're in Mexico today and why, in the opinion of this table and the tribunal, what we're going to do is so relevant for Mexico and for the world. Only in 20 years, as my colleagues were saying, in Mexico they have murdered over 150 journalists. But 20 years from the point of view of the historical construction, that's nothing. We're talking about 8 people in the first 3 months of 2022. And as they were saying before from the panel, what does this mean? This means that something is changing in a really deep manner in the world. And I don't know how you're feeling, but I don't want that to change. And that's thinking that the journalist is something that is annoying, and we talked about this when we established this tribunal on November. This is something that can be manipulated. It is a currency. It is something that has been used at unthinkable levels, and it has to do with the development of social media and this change in the physiognomy of conflicts and the geopolitical interest. But in any case, I believe that we are not really aware, as my colleague was saying, of this collective responsibility of who are the journalists and what they are representing the societies where we all want to live. And I think that is the essence of this effort, this huge contribution that this effort will provide. What are we turning into, and what are we turning this world into, where the first one eliminated is a person that is giving us the reality of what is going on, and how as a citizen I can have an influence on what the authority is doing, if I like it or not, if it is damaging me, and how we have undervalued this work. So I would also like to talk a little bit more, and actually I said it in November, and I don't think that this has anything to do with me, but it is really important to mention this. The relevance of this work, of this tribunal, of this effort, goes beyond understanding the work that is being done by the colleagues, where they are put in this vulnerability status. Who is killing them? It is very relevant to talk about this, but why do we still have this impunity? Where is it coming from, and what is the interest? Why are these cases not investigated? Or, as they were saying, is this impunity that starts with a police officer that does not attend an emergency call and the crime scene? Because we would be doing that, for example, if there is a theft in a supermarket, they would be attending this call. So what's behind this persistency of the impunity? And maybe an element that I want to mention from my responsibility as a prosecutor for this tribunal, and I want to establish it clearly, is what are the causes, and to our extent, how can we fight this impunity? What's in our hands to fight? And maybe remember, because we are in Latin America and we are in Mexico, we have to remember that the most important movements of the fight against impunity always started from the civil society. It has always been civil society organizing that has generated these breaking points, these relevant breaking points for change. That's why I would like to say that it is the desire of this tribunal to turn into that. I think we have the potential to become this breaking point from Mexico to the world. We can contribute to finish this, to end this impunity cycle. And we are going to be hearing more in general about the situation of journalism in Mexico and the challenges that our colleagues are facing. And we will have people from magazines and the media, the most important media of the country, sharing the challenges and investigations and a little bit of all of the events that they go through, and of course all of the losses that they have suffered. And we will also hear that it is very important from the civil society, from advocacy, who are playing that role, and also some institutions of the state that are in charge of this. They are facing the actual challenges of why this impunity persists. Why are we not doing anything? Or when we do something, why is it not effective? And finally, tomorrow we will be speaking a little bit about the life of Miguel Ángel López, his work, and we will be focusing on Veracruz as one of the states that has suffered the most. It is an empirical reality. It has suffered the highest number of losses in the sector, in the journalist community. Veracruz is representative of these issues that have happened across the country. Thank you very much. It is a great opportunity, and I hope that you will be here with us for these 2 days. Thank you very much, Almudena Bernabeu, the prosecutor of this Tribunal of the Peoples. We are going to ask for the testimonial from journalist Anabel Hernandez. Good morning. Good morning. We are going to do this very easily. I am in charge of directing your participation, but I would like to ask you really wide open questions so you have the time and the space to be able to tell us your testimonial. And I would love it if you could start by introducing yourself to the jury, maybe speaking a little bit about your profession and why you're here today. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity of being here in this tribunal. I believe that this is a historical time for Mexico, for the life of journalists in Mexico. Since 2008, I have been sitting facing many prosecutors in this country and reporting all of my experiences regarding harassment and threats of murdering me because of my job. I have never been heard before. And many investigation files have been opened, and so far all of the perpetrators of these direct attempts against my life and my family's life are still have still not met justice. So I really hope that what happens here can have diverse results facing this impunity that I have gone through, and we can see the impunity that all of my colleagues have been going through. I am Ana Hernandez. I am a research journalist. I have been a journalist for 30 years in Mexico, and especially in the last 30 years I have investigated cases that are specific to severe breaches to human rights, corruption cases, and especially I have investigated the structures and the system of how transnational criminal organizations work that have their epicenter in Mexico for drug dealing. And I have been able to know all of the corruption networks, institutional corruption networks, and the modus operandi of these criminal organizations. Thank you very much. And in general terms, is there an initial moment? I mean, you have been working or investigating these structures for 30 years. Is there a moment where, for the journalist talking about these structures or the information that is extracted regarding how these structures work, turn them into a target? Is there a moment in the most recent history of Mexico? Thank you very much for your question, and if I may, I would like to just give you this brief presentation, as brief as possible, about the series of factors that have allowed for this harassment and censorship and murders and disappearances against journalists in Mexico to be particularly deep in the last years. While for several decades, at least from 1993, that was my first job as a research journalist so far, I see that there is this constant corruption system that allows to hurt journalists. In the past, in the 70s, towards the year 2000, 2001, this harm was not only through threats, but it was through financial matters. They were trying to bribe journalists. They were trying to bribe the media in order to silence them. But in Mexico, specifically in the last 20 years, there has been this new generation of journalists. And we look at things in different ways, where we see this clear commitment and this huge passion to serve society and to provide them with information. And this generational change or gap regarding the attitude of journalists that are more professional, with greater codes of ethic, with a greater commitment to society, has made for these cooptation mechanisms through corruption to not work anymore in order to silence journalists. And it has caused for people to use other mechanisms to silence journalists. If I cannot buy them, what should I do? I can threaten them, I can kill them, or I can make them disappear. But what actually triggers this system that allows for journalists to be in this high risk as you have mentioned before, in this country where they have been murdering the most journalists in the last 20 years. And that's where we'll talk about this main subject, where we can actually clearly detect the responsibility of the government of Mexico and all of the institutions in this situation. At least I can analyze from my experience as a journalist, as a Mexican woman, as a mother, I can see three main factors that allow for this to happen. Because in the end, this murder against journalists is not the cause. It is the consequence to this cause. What's the cause? What's behind this? It is like violence on the streets and the increase of murders and disappearances and female murders, feminicide. It is only the reflection of this problematic that is quite structured. And according to my own understanding, and I am speaking about this not only through my own experience, but through studying thoroughly and constantly studying all of the statistics regarding corruption, impunity, and how the judicial system works and how the prosecutor's office works. So first of all, I would like to explain that in Mexico we have this presidential system that concentrates power in the executive power. That is, in the individuals and not the institutions. This executive power is concentrated in the President of the Republic, the governors of the 32 states of the Republic, and mayors. That's where we have this power concentrated. In this important proportion of the cases, most of political actors that arrive to those positions of power come from a poorly established system that is more personal, and it is an exchange of favors that makes for certain people to arrive to these positions of power. There is no meritocracy culture in Mexico. It is not the best men and women that arrive to these positions of power. They are not there in the government, but it is the members of these political parties that are poorly structured in Mexico, where today we are looking at the purchasing of, for example, mayor candidates and government candidates. So it is money what allows for these citizens that are a part of these political parties to arrive to power positions. And unfortunately, these political parties don't really have a lot of control in their internal lives. As I was saying, these political parties are where we obtain all our presidents and deputies and mayors, and there is no internal control regarding funding. And there is also this higher infiltration of organized crime groups into these political parties. Thus, there is this greater infiltration of criminal organizations into this executive power that, again, is represented by the President of the Republic or governors or mayors. This happens across political parties. We cannot say that in Mexico there is a political party that is exempt from these vices and from this lack of internal controls that allows for people from undesirable and corrupt people that are buying their candidatureship or that don't have the merits to arrive to these positions to actually get to this power. It is more and more common to look at the list of candidates, people who have been directly and publicly involved in acts of corruption and organized crime. And political parties are still appointing them as mayors or governors or deputies without having electoral authorities that actually stop that. So we are saying that we are living in this presidential system where these inappropriate people and corrupt people and sometimes even criminal people can get to positions of power. And when they get to these positions of power, what they do is that they bring in or they set up their government groups, not through meritocracy. Again, in Mexico, we do not have a civil system for a career in the public administration. The main positions of power in the government, in mayorships, for governors in each state and in the federal government. All of these positions happen based on being friends, of exchanging and paying for favors, for political favors. What does this mean? When these powers are settled, when there is a candidate that turns into a president or governor or mayor and they arrive to these positions of power, they are gathered not by the best people, but by their friends. And they create these covens, these groups, and these covens generate these territorial controls. Thus, this presidential system, this system that concentrates this executive power is so vicious because there are so many powers within this group, in governors, in mayors, in the president. They have too many powers, and there is a lot of discretionality among them to exercise their power. In contrast, supposedly in Mexico, we have this legislative system and a judicial system as well that should be this counterweight to this huge concentration in the executive power. But what happens then? In the legislative power, most of deputies, either local or federal deputies, come from this very vicious political party system. That is, they are interconnected. Their political future does not depend, most of the times, on the honest service that they provide to the citizenship. It depends on their groups, on their little friendship groups, and their internal accomplices, and this generates these power cores that are so dangerous. These legislators, this legislative power that actually is no different from the executive power if you understand how this works. It actually generates cores of power that are almost indestructible. These cores of power don't want to be questioned. These power cores want to stay there as long as possible in order to subtract public resources and to run their own private business, etc.
This concentrated power system, as happens in many other countries in the world, and I believe it's a global problem that entails journalist murders in this same 20-year period globally, is because of that concentration of power in just a few cores in the whole world. This power, in order to maintain itself, what does it need? It needs the civil society to be controlled. If the citizenship is not under control, there will be a revolution. There would be massive acts of demonstration. How do these cores control them? Globally, but mainly in Mexico, through the information. If I, who hold the power, I can dictate a line of information, an official information for society, I keep them calm because I tell them whatever I want to. Unfortunately, this system works very well in Mexico because we also have a judicial power that's almost inexistent, absolutely mediocre, very few professionals are there, and it's co-opted by that main legislative and executive power. In Mexico, the prosecutors in the states are appointed by the executive power. The governors are those who appoint them. If the prosecutor is the one who should be in charge of prosecuting the crimes committed by the executive power, and if they depend on the executive power, that's why we have these impunity numbers. I can just read a couple, some representative numbers. From the National Institution for Statistics and Geography, INEGI, which is a government institution. The numbers I'm going to say come from the federal government itself, from this institution, INEGI. These numbers are from the National Census of Prosecution of 2021. It says, out of 100% of the case files opened, that is to say, crimes, and there is an inquiry, 81% of inquiries and in lack of exercise of penal action. There's nothing happening there. The citizen goes to a denunciation and nothing happens. Out of 100% of case files that are opened, only 1% exerts penal action. That's the level of impunity, 1% at the national level. In the state prosecutor office, just there's criminal action in 1% of them. The others are closed, they're just opened permanently without anybody ever doing anything. With regard to the consultation on victims and criminal offenses in 2021, in 2020, at a national level, these are national numbers, just 10.1% of crimes were reported. That is to say, the black numbers of the crimes that commonly happen in Mexico, and this is because people don't go to report that, because they know that the authorities won't do anything. This is enormous. Out of all criminal offenses, the prosecutor's office, we're talking about 10.1%. But out of this 10.1%, which is already pretty low, the public prosecutor office only opened a case file in 6.7%. So the number of offenses not reported is enormous, but those who are losing their time at the public office, victims of enforced disappearance, of rape, and all sorts of violence. We're not talking about big or small. We're talking about any kind of offenses. People go there to the public prosecutor's office, they lose their time, and just 6.7% of these cases are actually opened. In 93% of crimes, there was no report, there was no file, no investigation. These black numbers, these numbers of impunity that exist in Mexico today, is not something new. It's not a product of just one administration. It's constant and has been so in the last 20 years. This explains why we have such a concentration of executive power, a legislative that depends on these vicious political parties, a judicial power that does not exist, a public prosecutor that's not working, who's not investigating, an impunity rate that's enormous. And when citizens are reporting that to the authority, they are ignored. And what has happened? What has been the result of all of that? This new generation of journalists, this new vision of public service has produced, unfortunately, I believe that no journalist ever aspires to this, but many, most of them, in the states, in the smallest communities, and up to the biggest newspapers, many journalists, unfortunately, are the public prosecutors. Because when the citizens cannot have access to justice, they reach out to the journalists. Here we have Marcela Turati, who herself has listened tens and hundreds of cases because people do not trust their public prosecutor's office, because they just investigate 10%. They just start investigating while the journalists are doing their jobs. They are investigating the trafficking, drug trafficking, and violence. And that has been documented. The most emblematic cases of grave violations to human rights have been reported and solved by journalists themselves, such as the massacre of Tlatlaya, the case of the 43 students of Ayotzinapa, this case of Apatzingan, which was a massacre of community guards. It is journalists. The government just tells their version, and the journalists say, no, we know that this is not true. So we do our job, we report, or at least we exhibit with evidence, with solid investigation journalists. We show a different version. What happens then? Well, we have this retaliation to silence the journalists, to threaten them, and to murder them. Why? Because in this criminal system, I'm sorry for the word, but I can't find any other word for that. This criminal system, if the executive and legislative and judicial powers are colluded, what's a fourth power? That's not colluded. What's a fourth power? Some of them call them like that. I believe that journalism, the press, is just an exercise. It's a right of the citizens. In this equation, this is the factor that's not under their control. And oftentimes, it just destroys their official versions. That's why journalists, although it is true that there is a general environment of violence against journalists and against the whole society, there is a focused type of violence against journalism, because we are counterweighing this collusion without even thinking about that, without wanting it. We are to counterweight, and they don't like that. When you have the authority that works properly, this doesn't happen. But in our case, they just feel they're beyond our lives. They don't want anyone to do anything. There's a third factor, which is organized crime. Mexico, in these last 20 years, now we see that everything coincides. This timeline coincides. Mexico is the center of the operation of international criminal organizations of drug trafficking at a transnational level. The cartels of Mexico, this has been documented, has been corroborated. They're the most important ones in the whole world. These drug cartels believe that Mexico as a territory itself is their business. They need to exert control over every tiny part of the country is their treasure. Either they use this to produce drugs or to receive drugs, mainly cocaine from South America, or to transport drugs to Europe, Asia, Africa, and the United States. This is the place where many of the drugs consumed throughout the world come from. That's why drug cartels increase the violence against each other. They compete for their territory, and they want to have this treasure. Also, now we're talking about these criminal groups. They have understood and they have learned that if they control the territory, they can even control the human trafficking systems, the sexual trafficking of women, of children, and so forth. Everything is about the extraction of hydrocarbons through the National Hydrocarbon Network. That's their treasure. That's why they're fighting so hard against each other. What do? They need the control of the state. They need to control the judicial power, the legislative power, and the executive power. Unfortunately, oftentimes they actually do that. There is a collusion and a coalition of the executive power at all levels, federal, state, and municipal, and these organize crime. And it becomes a single entity. This block, executive, legislative, and judiciary. And the criminals are one and the same. And when we are, as journalists, we're working on site because we are investigating. We're actually doing that. That's why they become the target, because they are the only ones who are trying to break that systems. Thank you very much. Is there any question from the panel? Any question from the forum? I believe that there will be so many questions, but the image that you're showing is pretty dark. I would like to say that. That's pretty obscure. But what do you think we could change in the judiciary party? Maybe the appointing of the judges, maybe creating a school for judges. My question is, what do we need to do to prevent the judges from being completely inside the system that you have described? Maybe you cannot answer this in 2 minutes, but there is this concern, because we need to issue some recommendations. In this field of the judiciary, what can we do to change things? I just want to add, we have to translate for those who are listening in the outside. Very briefly, there is just a general note. It is difficult to guarantee a perfect translation, so the tribunal will make sure that in the questions the questions will be written, so that there would be a good translation. We know that it's very difficult to consistently translate this. So this, sorry.
Which has been proposed by the President of the Tribunal is your focus on the critical role of the judicial power, because apparently the contents or the attitudes of the judicial power are a very critical protagonist of this incapacity of the government of guaranteeing an impunity. So if you could expand a bit more on the role, on the weaknesses and the reasons of weaknesses of the judicial power, which has been underlined. Is anybody of those who are listening from abroad to ask other questions? No. Yes. Eduardo?
Can you hear me? At the main room? Yes, apparently so. Well, in the first place, thank you, Annabelle, for your testimony. I have 2 questions, very clear questions. At the beginning of your testimony, you mentioned that you had made many reports to the authorities and you were never heard. I would like to know if you could make some clarification with regard to those denunciations. I'm sorry about that. When I was a special rapporteur for freedom of speech many years ago in Mexico, they started with this federal prosecutor for the investigation of crimes against journalists. I don't know if you went to this federal prosecutor and what was your experience, what was the result of that. If you could give us more information. That's one question for you, Annabelle. The second question is related to you're saying that out of 100% of the opened files, just 1% there is a criminal action. This indicates an impunity rate that's extremely high, and I believe that this rate was for all offenses, not just crimes against journalists, but in general. That would mean a terrible deficiency in the investigations in general. Do you believe that the situation is even worse when these reports are related to attacks against journalists? What would be the reason for that, or what's the reason behind that situation of concern? In other words, if there is an impunity rate that's so high for all crimes in general, maybe we will be talking about a structural problem that's not focused entirely on what we are dealing today, which is impunity in crimes against journalists. That's my question. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your questions. I will try to speak slowly. I speak like a Mexican person. That's why I always go so fast. I'm sorry for that. So hopefully the translation will go okay if I slow down. Well, the problem of the efficiency of the judicial power. I'm not an expert, but I do have an opinion with regard to that. Even though I'm not an expert, I'm not a lawyer or anything like that, I have been able to understand other legal frameworks of the world. As a Mexican person, I live in this impunity context, and I have wondered, is it the case everywhere else? Is that the case in all the other countries? Or are there any good examples of efficient judicial powers? And yes, there are. I have found many examples of this. I'm now studying the Italian judicial power, which is one of the most advanced systems in the case of organized crime. And you know more about this, but you know that the main element to prevent impunity is the work of the public prosecutor. Much earlier than the work of the judges, because if there is no case file and if there is no investigation, no real investigation, all the files that the judges will get will be vitiated, the investigations will be wrong, and even though there are capable judges or honest judges, they will say this is not right and I have to free this person. So the main element here is the work of the public prosecutor's office and the judicial policies that are investigated. The judicial power is not going to investigate. Those who are gathering the evidence are up to that. For example, in Italy, this public prosecutors does not depend on the executive, but on the legislative power. These offices, just to give you an idea, they do not depend on the prosecutor, they depend on the judge. It is the judge who plans and says, okay, here's the deal, here's the case, they start the methodology, they order the officials to investigate with the judicial police, which is completely independent. So our own system, our own prosecution system needs a reform where the public prosecutor's office is not dependent on the political power, because we know that. They are always at the service of the friends of the political parties. They will never like to go against what the government or the president or the governor says. Because if their job depends on them, well, just to, I don't know, well, to remain, in the office, they will do whatever is needed. So the main point of this reform will be the judicial police and the public prosecutor. That police in Mexico, whether state or federal police, are the most corrupt offices. And I have suffered that myself. I have seen that myself.
I think that we have to go ahead because the time is much over. I am repeating what I was saying before. If possible, if the judges from remote could include. Bueno. Me dicen directamente hablar español.
Okay, so I believe that the translation is okay. I'm sorry to interrupt this discussion because of the time. I think that time is very limited, so we have to speak very quickly about this. Particularly if it will be possible to write down the question, that will be very quick, that will be better, and just give a couple minutes to answer. Otherwise, the discussion won't be able to continue, okay? Is that clear? If there are any quick questions, that's okay, but we cannot introduce a formal discussion during the hearing because there is not time enough. So, yes, quick questions are allowed. Mr. Navarro, can please, if your answers could be very direct and straightforward, that would be better. Thank you. Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you very much. You say something about why they are so involved. Is this corruption? Is it revenge, or just what is it that drives them to do the killings?
Can I reply now? There were other two questions. Should I reply to this one first? So, the International Organization, Article 19, in each one of its annual reports, has made it very clear that most of the threats and intimidatory acts and harassment acts against journalists and the media come from the authorities. And I constantly hear at an international level that we have this myth that most of murders and attempts and censorship against the media and journalists come from organized crime directly. Nevertheless, there is clear information and hard data that reflect that that is not the case, that most of attacks against the press and journalists come from the authority. You're asking who the murderers are. I have to say that there are different intuitions or ideas, because if we're saying that 96% of the journalist cases have not been solved, actually, that's the drama. We don't really know judicially. We don't know who the murderers are. What I can share with you right now is that according to the experience and by hearing my colleagues, by hearing all of the testimonials, and by reading some of the files regarding murders or disappearances against journalists, these disappearances have a lot to do with investigations that they were running towards an authority, several authorities. authorities. I could not tell you like specifically it's governors or it's mayors or it's police officers or it's the army. It's several areas in the authority. There is no evenness. They could be several authorities, and many times they are working together or they are following the orders of the member of a criminal organization. Sorry, we don't have any more time. We are delayed actually by 30 minutes. I'm so sorry. If you could please write down your question. I'm really sorry, but we cannot stop right now. We have to hear from others. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. Thank you very much for the participation from journalist Adela Navarro. No, sorry, journalist Annabel Hernandez, and now we will be having journalist Adela Navarro on the floor. Please, thank you. Mrs. Navarro, good morning. How are you doing? Good morning, prosecutor. Good morning, members of the tribunal, journalists, colleagues, relatives from journalists that are here with us today. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Just before starting, because I recognize that it is my responsibility and I failed before, and I had to remind you because I believe that all of the participations are very important. I think that this is a moment that is very, very special to hear from you and to hear with the time that we established. You have 30 minutes. It's okay. We are okay regarding the schedule. If we need a couple more minutes, that's possible. But right now you have 30 minutes, and if you finish before, that's perfect because that time will be extended to the jury panel that, as we can see, is really interested in going deeper into your participation. So thank you very much. And if you could please tell us just this open question. Could you please tell us about your work and your affiliations and just introducing yourself a little bit for the panel and the audience, and the floor is yours. Of course. Good morning. Again, I am Adela Navarro Bello, and I am the director of Semanario Z in Baja California, and I have been the director for 15 years now. And today, before this tribunal of the peoples, I am going to talk about the murder of journalists for cases that are still under impunity in Semanario Z. It's 4 cases. The first one happened in April 1998. The last one on January 17th of 2022. I will start with the oldest one. Last week, on April 20th, it turned 34 years in impunity. Héctor Félix Miranda, co-founder of Seminario Z. On April 20th, 1988, he was going home back from the Seminario, and he had a column that was called Un poco de algo, and in an actual manner, he described the excess, the harassment, the corruption acts, and the personal weaknesses of political and social actors of Baja California. El Gato Felix, as he was called, signed his columns, and he would never go to the offices of the Semanario that day, of the weekly notice that day, because he was ambushed by 2 cars, a transom and a pickup. A vehicle closed the way, and the other one was behind him. The murderers, with a gun and a really short distance, shot him. According to the autopsy, the journalist was shot at a really short distance. The murderer actually left burns of dust on his throat, and another shot was in his shoulder, almost ripping away his arm, and another one on the side, and he was dead on the co-pilot seat. The murderers in both vehicles ran away. Some years before that, in 1985, Jorge Han Ron was sent by his father, Carlos Han Gonzalez, to Tijuana, and he was friends with this journalist until a difference between both of them ended this contact. He knew the eccentric environment of Han Ron, and he started criticizing him publicly in his column. And weeks before this crime, he was talking about this these parties of Hank, and in addition to alcohol and cocaine, he was using other drugs, and he talked about this. And they located this Trans Am car, and several witnesses identified it, and it was in the parking lot of Agua Caliente venue that was related to Hank Ron, and it belonged to Victorino Medina, that was a part of the security corps of Hank Gonzalez. And also Antonio Vera Palestina was the murderer, that was the head of security of Jorge Hank, and before that he also served in the very same position, but in the state of Mexico, to the Secretary Carlos Hank Gonzalez. And this murderer was paid with $10,000, and for the time that he ran away from justice, he was able to receive money through a woman that he was in a relationship with that was essential for the location of Vera Palestina, the murderer. And then it would be known through witnesses that Vera was driving this Trans Am, ambushing the journalist and shooting this journalist. Victorino Medina was given 25 to 27 years of prison because of the murder of this journalist, and both people that were involved in the murder have been free since 2015. For most journalists, Hank Ron is still suspicious for the murder of this journalist, but he was never investigated. The case was closed in the mid-20s when the murderers of these journalists were freed. Jorge Hank gave them their job back, the position that they had before they murdered Felix. And Vera Palestina is still the head of safety or security, and he's still in that position today. Case 2, the attempt against Carlos Ornelas, and the murder of Ruiz Valero, that was the security assistant. On 1997, Jesus Blanco Ornelas, that was the co-director of the weekly bulletin, was driving his car with his assistant of security, and it was not 9 a.m. yet, and he was going to his office in order to start with administrative work, and afterwards he could be working on journalism the rest of the day. Between his house and the offices of SETA, he looked at a car that was a little bit suspicious, a green sedan, followed by a white truck. And yes, this car actually closed the path that he was following, and 9 armed men came down the vehicle, and his first reaction was to go in reverse to change directions. And he was able to go away, but then he was shot 6 times and he was dead. And then he pushed Blanco Ornelas to the floor of the truck in order to cover him from the bullets, and that saved his life. Blanco Ornelas had his hands on the dashboard, and on his right hand he received a shot that actually left a hole between 2 of his fingers. And then he said that he felt like he was shot on the column, this really big blue with a baseball bat, but it was actually a bullet, and it punctured his lung, and it was in his spine. And then there was another shot close to his neck and close to his leg. He was in front of the truck of the journalist and the house. The criminal lead of the operation to kill Blanco Ornelas, David Corona Barron, was shot. Was shot also in his eye, and he was dead at the instant, with his gun in his hand, with which he was attacking the journalist, ready to kill him. When he fell, this criminal lead made the rest of the criminals to withdraw from the place, and police officers started to arrive, and also the people who were in the SETA Journal offices. Blanco Ornelas was rescued actually from this Blazer truck that had over 80 bullet impacts, and Luis Valero was killed in that location. 9 people were identified as the material authors: Alberto González Ortega, Saúl Montes de Oca Morlet, Jorge Alberto Márquez, Isaac Guevara Hernández, Fabián Martínez, Antonio Peña Huerta, Alfredo Orojo Ávila, Marco Antonio Quiñones, and David Corona Barron, the killer that was actually killed in the crime scene. And that was because of the brothers Arellano Felix and they were being led by them, and none of them was accused against this crime, this murder of Luis Valero. Many of them were found in San Diego, California, in the Mexican mafia. Some others were from Tijuana. None of them is in prison for this attempt and murder. Some of them died. Some of them are political criminals and accused of crimes against health and drug dealing. And Marco Antonio was the only one that was prosecuted, and he was released when a judge trusted the testimonial of his wife and his mother, who said that he was with them during the crime scene. And in February 2002, Benjamin Arellano was incarcerated 1 month afterwards in March 2002 in the state of Puebla, and he was transferred to a criminal facility because of his accusations, but he was never accused regarding the murder of Valero or the attempt to this journalist. And there were several documentaries regarding the effective and direct participation of brothers Arellano Felix in the murder of Juan Jesus Posadas y Ocampo in May 1993 in Guadalajara, Jalisco. Luis Valero was warned by police officers about getting away from this journalist because something could happen to him, and this happened 1 week before this attempt. In 2011, the government of the Republic released Benjamin Arellano, and he was taken to the United States, and then he was convicted to 25 years of prison and the payment of a fine. This year will be 25 years of impunity for the attempt of Jesus Blanco Ornelas, a case that the federal justice attracted for its investigation only to freeze it. Third case, Francisco Javier Ortiz Franco. On June 22, 2004, Francisco Javier Ortiz Franco, general editor of Semanario Z, woke up early, as usual, and he took his two little kids to have breakfast, 8 and 10 years of age. And then they were taking therapy, and days before, he had this facial paralysis that kept him on leave at home. And it was almost 1 week that he was not going to work because of this medical leave. When he was taking therapy, he then went to his car, and he took his kids and put them in the car, and he started driving. And he was wearing his seatbelt. And then a man was in front of his window, and he started to shoot him. He shot him 4 times, and he was instantly dead. His small children started crying, and they went out running away from the car, and they were assisted by a neighbor. And this happened 100 meters away from the facilities of the General Prosecutor's Office of Tijuana, but the murderers had the time to run away in impunity. So far, there has not been a single trial, no progress in the investigation of the assassination of Francisco Javier. This investigation was maintained in the first months in the General Prosecutor's Office of Baja California until the Federal Prosecutor's Office attracted it to not investigate anything else. Recently, under transparency requests, the General Prosecutor's Office of the Republic and the Prosecutor's Office against freedom of speech crimes responded that they did not know where the file was. The investigation file was, and they suggested that maybe it was taken back to Baja California. And it is fair to say that the people who work in SETA, we also went to the office of the state, and we could not find it. It might be in a specialized prosecutor's office where they will not give us information anymore. With 48 years after its assassination, Francisco Javier Ortiz Franco was working on journalist research to show the members of the cartel of the Arellano Reyes brothers and to show them before the General Prosecutor's Office. And he published an article at the end of April of the year that he was killed, and he showed the names and the pictures of the new generation of members of the Arellano Felix brothers cartel. These images were used in order to give them credentials that would accredit them as judicial officers or police officers of the state. The investigation, the initial investigation about the murder of this person would match all of the investigations that we did in Semanario Z. We have 3 suspects at the beginning. Again, Jorge Hanglong. Because Francisco Javier Ortiz Franco, that was actually a lawyer, was collaborating with the Inter-American Society of Press, going through the investigation file of the Héctor Félix murder case file. The governor back then was committed to the Inter-American Society of Press that if in the file they could find a single element that was not investigated in an appropriate manner, this element would be reopened and would be investigating Jorge Hank. Francisco was doing that in Semanario Zeta. We have the file that we recovered from the house of our colleague, and it is full of annotations and post-its. And he could not inform us about this. He could not inform the Inter-American Society of Press, all of these discoveries that he made, so Jorge Hank could be tried because of this murder of Felix. The suspect, Arturo Villarreal, that was the lead of the CAF back then, Francisco Javier Arellano Felix, was also a suspect, and he's the youngest of Arellano brothers, and the journalist showed through pictures names as the material author. Eduardo Ronquillo, also as an author not identified, working in solo, but also hired for this murder. The other suspect was Heriberto Lascano, a killer from the criminal organization Los Zetas, and Ortiz Franco was mentioning him and his participation in this criminal structure in this spectacular runaway from the penitentiary facilities. But Jorge Hank, Arturo Villarreal, or Francisco Arellano, or Heriberto Lascano, none of them were prosecuted. None of them were called to appear. They were not investigated. They were not subpoenaed. Nothing. The case is completely under impunity, and actually the only time that this has been tried in court was in the District Court of San Diego, California, in the U.S., where after his detention in 2006, Francisco Arellano Felix was released. The prosecutor, in order to show the judge how dangerous this person was, as well as Arturo Villarreal Heredia, he said that they were the probable responsible of ordering the murder of Francisco Javier, and they wanted this to have an influence on the sentence of these criminals. Both of them were extradited to the American Union, and on June 22, they will be 18 years of the murder of Ortiz Franco, 18 years of impunity. Fourth case, Margarito Martinez Esquivel, photographer. Some minutes before murdering him, he was called to his mobile phone to notify him about the commission of a crime, so he could be taking pictures for journalistic purposes. On January 17th, a little bit after noon, strangely enough, there was not a lot of criminal activity in the city. The only report that was close to that crime hour was someone who was shot on the other side of the city where Margarito was. And the information that Margarito received was only to pull him out of his house. Behind his car that was parked in a certain area, the murderer was waiting for him. When he climbed into his car, he was shot immediately. It was 3 shots. His wife and daughter were at his home. They heard the shots, and the youngest daughter went to see how his father was doing, and she came back to tell her mother that her dad was dead. The first shot was into his brain. The second shot was into his left ear and came out through the right side of the neck, and the other shot was also on his head. There were 3 people detained because of the murder of Margarito, and they are still being prosecuted. There is another one that is suspicious of being intellectual author. All of them are in the Arellano Felix cartel, and they receive or used to receive information from this journalist. The person that was suspicious for this was the Cabo 20, as he was called, of this Arellano Felix cartel. And according to official information, he had this photographer killed because he thought that he was publishing these images in international media. Also because 1 month before, he had this fight that was videotaped and published in the social media against this Facebook influencer, Angel Peña, that talks about this criminal organization. And after Margarito was killed, he was called to communicate that they murdered him. The people who were detained because of the murder of this person that was also that were also collaborating, this photographer also collaborating with Zeta, that is Cristian Adam Velázquez, El Cabo 16, or El Jaguar, was also identified as intermediary between the intellectual author and the material authors. Jesus Ochoa Diaz, Adrian Nicolas Ramos, aka Uber, that used the gun to kill this journalist, and the murderers were paid 40,000 pesos to kill this journalist. The 3 people detained are still being prosecuted. 2 of them have an official lawyer, and Cabo 16, one of the intellectual authors, has private lawyers on his side. The other intellectual suspect, El Cabo 20, has not been accused because of the lack of evidence. Also another case of impunity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have no questions. I don't know if the panel has any questions. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. I was thinking about this international jury, and I would like you to tell us a little bit about what are the links that Hangron has with politicians. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about these murders, if they are linked to politics, to politicians, even cartels, the cartel that you are mentioning, if they are protected by the authorities maybe, and if you believe that the fact that they did not investigate is because they were under the orders of an authority. I don't know if somebody else has any question. All right, so, sorry, 1 minute. We have other question from Eduardo. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right, thank you very much for your testimony. I wanted to go back to the similar question that I actually asked the previous person, and that is to know the experience that the journalists had in Semanario Zeta, the people who were threatened or that suffered from attacks, and the experience that they had with the Special Prosecutor's Office that was created in Mexico. What was your experience in that regard? I believe that that we are hearing this very important testimonial about these 4 impunity cases. Unfortunately, in Mexico, we could hear hundreds of cases of impunity, but it would be great if you could define these a little bit better. What was your experience, your specific experience regarding the negotiation of these cases before the authorities, if they did negotiate these cases? Thank you. Okay, so the first question, indeed, when Héctor El Gato Félix was murdered, Jorge Hank's father was the Secretary of State, so there was protection, of course. There was protection from the Mexican state towards what was considered these Mexican politics junior. Jorge has been detained in many occasions. In 1995, he was detained, arrested here in Mexico City because he was trafficking endangered species and forbidden objects such as ivory and also fur, some kinds of fur, and he was released days after that. In 2011, the Mexican army actually arrested him in Tijuana when a protected witness stated that in Jorge Hank's house there was weaponry and people who were murdered that were buried actually in Agua Caliente venue. And the army actually went into his house and they confiscated 89 weapons. and useful carriages, and he was arrested for 11 days only. After 11 days, the lawyers that were hired by Jorge Hank said that they did not respect the due process when the army went into his house and he was released. So I remember that the person in charge of Ciedo, Dr. Patricia Bugarin, said, "What should I do with the weapons? Because we found the weapons and they were found in his house." 5 weapons showed that were used in previous murders, and there was no investigation file opened about these 5 weapons that were used in previous crimes, and they were not opened by the government of Baja California, and this murder was not tried. And also in the U.S. he has been investigated. He has been investigated countless times. 2 times, especially one when he tried to go into the United States with this albino tiger cub that was confiscated, of course, in the border. And in 2009, he was removed, and actually they haven't give that back to him, the tourist visa to go into the U.S. because of these multiple suspicions that they had about him because of his links to organized crime. Another investigation that was called White Tiger because he was linked to drug cartels. Those documents that were released from embassies also stated that he was an accomplice, or he was participating in the criminal activity first of the Arellano Felix cartel, and then the Sinaloa cartel, and even contributing to the political campaigns or electoral campaigns of politicians in Baja California, both local, state, and federal candidates. All of these official documents from the U.S. and also on the web, all of these documents were released. So yes, he has been protected quite a lot by the state. He used to be in the political party PRI, and he's now in another political party. He tried to be a candidate. He actually was a candidate, and he lost the election in 2021 in Baja California. And now he's working quite close to the Morena political party. He usually lends his facilities for them to do these political events. So it's a man that has been protected by the PRI political party where his father grew up, and he was protected by the PAN political party when he was giving the permissions to create these casinos in the state where he lives. And also he was protected by Peña Nieto when he was president, and now he's in the political party Morena. So regarding the experience that we had with the prosecutor offices, it is really, really frustrating because we don't have a relationship. In the last case, in the case of Margarito, we have been insisting a lot on this. It is a prosecutor that we have in Baja California, and we try to visit him at least once a week in order to know about the progress of the investigation of Margarito's case and the case of Lourdes Maldonado, that is also a journalist that was murdered 6 days after Margarito. And in the case of Don Jesus Branco Ornelas, this investigation was attracted to Baja California, to the General Prosecutor's Office of the Republic, and it is really hard to create an investigation in Baja California. Most of the criminals that participated in the attempt against Branco Ornelas and the murder of Luis Valero were in the border with the states, in Tijuana border. Some other of them were runaways, but there were no elements in Baja California that were dedicated to the investigation of this attempt. They don't have these elements currently. There is no progress in that sense. In the case of Francisco Javier Ortiz Franco, that is the one with the greater level of impunity, because we asked at some point through Francisco's family to have the file from the General Prosecutor's Office, and the last page that was on the file is the one signed by the prosecutors of the Baja California state to deliver the file to the General Prosecutor of the Republic. So after that, nothing happened. There was no investigation. There was nothing done. And well, the case of Héctor Félix is closed, and After the assassination of Francisco, Jesus Blanco Ornelas looked for many lawyers in order to offer them to continue with the investigation. And Francisco was running this investigation regarding the case of Hector Felix to find that element that could lead to Jorge Hank being tried, and nobody wanted to do it. They were really, really scared. No lawyer wanted to do this trial. He visited 5 or 6 lawyers that he thought could be reliable enough so they could do this work, and none of them accepted, and they all said that it was because they were in fear for their life. Regarding the threats that we have received, the team who are in CETA, leading CETA, we have not really reported this officially. We have done these public reports. The first thing that we say is telling our readers of this journal that we are working under threats, and we have received attention from the state. Twice they tried to put us under the mechanism of protection to journalists, which we rejected because that included 2 federal police officers escorting us that back then were one of the most corrupt institutions of this country, so they were not going to protect us. They would actually spy on us, and they would be passing the information about our contacts and our work to the government or the criminal entities, so we did not accept that. We have had security from the Mexican state, municipal police corps, and the state police corps, and that is when we have received threats. And we have we have chosen to go to the entity that we trust the most, because certainly in Mexico, this is one of the most corrupt countries with the most impunity. Not all the elements in corporations are under this condition, and not everyone in the government. I believe that there are people that want to make a change, and they are our contacts, and they are the ones supporting us progressing in this case.
Thank you so much. I believe that we have to interrupt this part because if there are further questions, I believe that we can read them. We will take that into account, but time is so limited. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. We thank Adela Navarro, director of CETA newspaper. Now, we will have a 30-minute break. We will be back in 30 minutes for the next witnesses. Thank you very much.
¿Ya se escucha? Ahora sí. Les pedimos que pasen a la sala, por favor. Ya vamos a comenzar con la siguiente audiencia, por favor. Les pedimos que se acerquen a la sala. Vamos a comenzar con la siguiente audiencia, por favor. Por favor, si se acercan a la sala y toman sus lugares, vamos a comenzar con la siguiente audiencia. Les invitamos a que pasen a la sala.
Please come back to the room. We will start with the following hearing. Thank you.
Ay, sí, aquí te sientas con nosotros. Les pedimos que se acerquen a la sala.
Please come back to the room. Please take your seats. We are about to begin with the following hearing. Thank you. And we also ask the witnesses to please come to your seats. We will start with the following hearing. Hello, so to start again with this public hearing, we discussed about some of the issues that we've had on a communication level. There are two important decisions that we've made regarding logistics. The first one is that we ask, and it seems kind of contradictory, but we ask the witnesses to please not speak too fast in order to effectively favor the interpretation and to be able to understand the important elements. On the other hand, the questions and the dialogue between the judges and the witnesses. It is not possible to modify the program, the schedule, because the schedule has been discussed widely in order to ensure the presence of all important witnesses in order to show relevant factors. So the point is to maintain this concept of gathering the information from the judges that are not excessively long, so they can be translated correctly, and make sure that the questions are brief, because we are going to be a little bit more delayed otherwise. The questions will be directly gathered and they will be delivered to the witnesses so they can prepare their specific responses that are an official part of the documentation of the tribunal during this time. The fact that the tribunal is an open process is because we want to favor these logistics. So we are not going to discuss any further about questions and answers. That's why it is important to make sure that we have this continuity. Okay, so we have also considered, thank you, Simona, to shorten the break time. The break time is short enough, but we have to give time to the interpreters to also have a break. So we are going to enjoy all the time possible, but of course we do need to have some rules. That are the ones that we mentioned right now. We will see how it works. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to start with this second hearing session, and we are going to give the floor to journalist Jorge Carrasco. We are waiting for him to connect via Zoom, so I think he's here now. Thank you very much. We will be introducing Jorge Carrasco. He is the director of the Proceso magazine. Thank you very much. Can you hear me, journalist Carrasco? More or less. This is a little bit impersonal because I don't think you can see me. I cannot see you, but it's okay. All right. Thank you very much. So for timing reasons and for you to have the opportunity to speak with no interruptions, maybe what I would like to mention right now is to provide structure to your presentation with three elements. First, could you please introduce yourself to the tribunal, to the audience, and could you please describe your work, your role, and also the role of the magazine? I think it is internationally known, but it is quite relevant, and the challenges that your colleagues and yourself have faced as investigation journalists, like threats and murders, of course. We have here the murders of Regina Martinez and Ruben Espinosa. I don't know if you can tell us a little bit more about the agreements made around these murders, and especially at the end, maybe we could consider something that is very relevant, that is the effort where we are all involved in impunity. The impunity that is still present in these cases. There has been a lot of interest from the panel, and I think it is very relevant to address the authorities or demand for a truth and fairness measure and seeing the results. So you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I want to be very specific. I'm sorry, Mr. Carrasco. They will try to improve the audio, the sound, because we cannot really hear you. Can somebody help us with the audio?
Hablar, por favor, para que veamos si lo escuchamos mejor.
Ahora sí, un poquito mejor. Sí, adelante.
Investigation journalism that has been dedicated to the investigation of power acts, regardless of the political party that is in power. I have no doubt that this so-called war against drug dealing marked this historical point in the life of the journalism exercise in Mexico. It is true that journalism in Mexico has always looked for expression forums. In the case of this war against drug dealing, we are in this stage of what I call this gray area, where we have not been able to identify, or we cannot clearly identify the responsibilities of the perpetrators. We don't know who the perpetrators are. What I mean is that during the PRI regime, the aggressions against journalists that were a little bit less, I'm talking about this presidential regime, that is the hegemonic political party, when the power was diversified, when the power was different in Mexico, there is this coincidence in the diversification of the organized crime in Mexico. Mexico had a really big role in this transnational organized crime. And that's where we have this implication between the political powers and the organized crime groups. And I was saying that we are in this gray area because from the moment this collaboration started, then they start working together. And the aggressions against the press that were identified before, that were from the regime with this new reality, these realities started to be more spread out. And in the case of Regina Martinez, that was murdered on April 28th of 2012, it's actually been 10 years of her murder. That case, that from my perspective, is a typical case of this that I am talking about. This difficulty to specifically identify the people who are responsible. In the case of Regina, it was a passion-related crime, according to the statements, and not the result of her journalism. What do I mean? In this gray area that I am insisting on, it was really easy for the authorities to make private parties responsible for this crime. In such a way, they were able to avoid responsibilities, both local, federal, police, army authorities. So right now, we don't know who is actually responsible for the murder of Regina Martinez. Let's also remember the moment when the assassination of Regina took place. There was this change in the administration in the country, and that implied also a change regarding the relationships with the organized crime groups. And I believe that this has no precedent. There was this succession of journalist murders that expressed this new reality of this relationship between politicians and criminals. And Regina was the fourth or fifth murder. And that happened also along with the murder of Rubén Espinosa, the photographer. And there was this really hostile environment in Veracruz, specifically the state of Veracruz. And in Mexico City, as you know, this photographer was murdered in an apartment in Colonia del Valle, along with other people. And the same thing happens. It is a murder that remains in this official definition of a crime that so far is related to organized crime, but there is no clarity regarding the participation of specific people. There have been people arrested, but it is like an individual crime, and they have not studied the potential link with an authority and this murder. So I believe that we can talk about a pattern about the assassination of journalists in Mexico. I am focused on those experiences that are touching the process, and that is a pattern defined by the establishment of individual responsibilities and criminals without trespassing the barrier to look for a potential responsibility with authors and authorities that could be linked to these groups of criminals in such a way that this has been something very, very difficult in the case of murders of journalists in Mexico, that today there is no not a single case of the over 50 murders in Mexico where we are able to establish the participation of authorities. There are some very isolated cases, but we cannot really say that in Mexico we actually established deep investigations and investigations that are comprehensive and that have to do with all of the journalistic work lines of our colleagues. You were mentioning, just to go a little bit deeper, you were mentioning the steps that you took as a consequence of the murders of Regina and Ruben. And you started an investigation. What were the steps that were taken from the moment the report was made? Can you please tell us a little bit more about that? Yes, when Regina Martinez was murdered, we actually moved to Veracruz. We went to Veracruz, and there was a group. I was a journalist back then, and we had a meeting with the governor back then, Javier Duarte, who is in jail right now, actually, because of corruption acts. And he remembers. I'm sorry, there is a connection issue. We have a connection issue. The image is frozen. We don't have audio. Technical issues, I'm sorry. It's a connection problem. We will try to fix it. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. ¿Estaba él en ese Zoom? ¿O era otro? En ese mismo. No, fue su internet, totalmente. No, 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 no.
Me parece que los traductores...
No, no. No. No, 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 por teléfono no.
Y no se puede restablecer, perdón, restablecerla con... Y aún llamándole de nuevo no es posible.
Hola. Ok. Te escucho. Gracias.
Well, again, I'm so sorry for this poor connection. When the murder of Regina Martinez took place, a group of the director, the founder of the magazine, and me as a journalist, we went to Veracruz and we had a meeting with the governor of the state, Javier Duarte, and who is in jail today, by the way, because of acts of corruption. And we agreed, first of all, the processes to clear out the case, and we agreed that the process would have the direct participation. And as a journalist, I have to be present in investigations, but at the same time, in my case, there was this figure of the coadjuvant in the public prosecutor's office, so I had to grant elements so they could carry out the investigation. The main element that we asked for from the beginning was to investigate the journalistic work of Rogelio Martinez in order to know if during the development of that work maybe some specific interests were identified that had to do with her death. And this is the line of investigation that we're insisting on, and at no moment this was carried out. In any case, what was done in a really specific manner was that the government of Veracruz back then was investigating the local journalists to know what was the relationship with Regina. And actually, they were taken, their fingerprints were taken, and also they had their dental records done, and they were treated like criminals because and this was against journalists. This was against journalists, Regina's colleagues, but they never did this. They never did this actual investigation in these investigation lines that could be related to Regina's work. And from the beginning, they focused on the development of a hypothesis of a passional murder and a crime that was, according to them, the cause of death, explained in a really harmful way because it was linked to, her death was linked to groups of people that had to do with prostitution and burglary. According to the government, she was linked to these groups. There was this supposed relationship that was stated by the local government. They said that Regina was linked to one of these people, and she was the accomplice of a person that could not defend themselves, by the way, a person that was 100% vulnerable because of their condition, because they were illiterate and they were HIV positive, they had no relatives. It was a person that could not defend themselves, and they linked Regina to them. And now that is the only one person who is arrested as the supposed accomplice of Regina and the material author of her murder. And of course, nothing else was carried out. From the beginning, we rejected the hypothesis, this theory of the case that was given by the state government. And what we asked for back then was the participation from the prosecutor's office in charge of crimes against freedom of speech. And what we found was this lack of cooperation, this complete lack of cooperation from the state prosecutor's office and the federal prosecutor's office, at such extent, like not sharing key information, such as the DNA that was found in the crime scene, in such a way that this was a case that was absolutely frozen, and it was taken or used to cover up these other situations or the reality of what could have happened with Regina. Our work reflected that Regina's work that was really special in the community could have made governors or politicians very uncomfortable. And this link that I was telling you about at the beginning, this gray area between authorities and the organized crime, that's how we lost visibility, and the truth is going around there. And a similar case was Ruben Espinosa.
Well, the sound quality is really, really bad, but I just have one question. And then we'll go to the judges. With regard to the last question, you were saying, sorry, I didn't understand. It was just the sound quality so bad. But you said that we could not establish the responsibility. Yes. The phone, yeah, the phone. We couldn't establish the participation or assistance or connivance of authorities in the murders. So, is it possible to say that the responsibility is not just when the authority is not efficient or when the authority fails or refuses to work, but we're talking about an active participation of the authority in the murder, right? Is this correct? Yes, I didn't really get that, but what I understood, yes, there is a direct participation, and there is little evidence. But the thing is, the perpetrators are never investigated. So the masterminds are never investigated. We know the perpetrators, but not the masterminds. So with regard to the other stage of impunity, it's related to the supposed investigation, the way investigation is conducted, the way the files are organized, and what is not done refers to that. So there's another layer of protection for the perpetrators and masterminds. If there is a participation of an authority, any agent or official of the state, they are protected from the beginning because of the way the file is organized and because of the way the case is argued. So in the case of violence against journalism, these belongs to local authorities, and we have been able to show that in most cases there is a direct relationship with the local governments. So the authority itself, the local authorities, are investigating or are supposed to be investigating. Thank you very much. Well, we will now go to the last intervention. So please be aware that we will cancel the last break, so we will have enough time. Are there any other questions from the panel? If not, thank you. We have concluded this part. So could we then proceed to call Marta Olivia López Medellín, journalist of the Nucleus for Reporters on Guard, to the floor. Hello, Madame Medellín. Thank you very much for participating in this tribunal. In the same way as before, I wanted to give you a bit of structure with regard to the questions and what we expect you to answer and contribute. In general terms, we would like to hear from you your experience, particularly the formation of the network Reporteras en Guardia, Reporters on Guard. We're talking about the state of Tamaulipas and the situation of journalists in that state and the situation with regard to the attacks, the risks, and the vulnerabilities that they face. And could you please talk about that component that up to now we haven't heard, the risks of female journalists? that aspect might be a problem in terms of impunity. It's more latent, more likely to happen. So go ahead, madam. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Marta Olivia López Medellín from the state of Tamaulipas, one of the states which is considered a silent state. As the lawyer mentioned, will be in two parts as a coordinator of Reporteras en Guardia and my experience of journalist work in Tamaulipas. Reporteras en Guardia is a collective made up of more than 140 journalists, correctors, editors, designers, assistants of 24 states of Mexico. And we created the network Matar a Nadie, KillingNobody.com, where we profile the disappeared and murdered. So we do this non-profit. The coordination is made up of members of the states where we belong, and we choose to construct this memorial. We do it with the aim of including everyone with gender perspective and indigenous inclusive. We prevent classistic and urbanist views. We integrate these cases of attacks against freedom of speech and violence in general in the country. We consider that the absence of any colleague, regardless of the type of violence they received, is a great blow to access to information. We are not in charge of judging the ethical behavior of these colleagues, but reporting on their lights and shadows. Criminalizing the disappeared with or without evidence invisibilizes them and limits the understanding of those who try to be less ethical. The reports of these colleagues show how the political and economic powers and the criminal mafias have modified the dynamics of information production throughout the country, and with this aim they create media with dark interests. Why do we keep building this memorial? Because unfortunately there is a new case all the time of murder, of disappearance, and so forth. This information is just daily information. And with the memorial, we have the task of putting a face on that, not making this another number. We humanize and dimension the tragedy that we live in our journalism. We create this memorial because when we talk about the lives and dreams of these people, we are also visibilizing the precarious situation of journalism in our country. So when I was asked who's killing the journalists, I answered precarious conditions. Building this memorial is a way of demanding justice and mainly is a charm against oblivion. Gina mentions that it's a paradox, but it's beautiful to say that the memorial made with texts that talk about death is created by a group of women who share life. The grief of each one of these stories is inversely proportional to the things that we, the journalists in Guard, created during their lives, during their work, the listen, and the shared work, sorority. Those who kill, what do they seek? Isabel Bergamis, the director and founder, tells us that they want to disappear, to efface, to erase that person, their words. So we, the Repo en Guardia, the journalists on guard, say that they are bound to fail because these people live in our memorial. KillingNobody.com is unfortunately a project we would like to end, but violence and murders increases all the time, such as this 2022, where we have 8. It's frustrating. And it's painful. That's why we keep documenting, to create a memory, a history, to prevent oblivion, and to stop impunity in Mexico. And you will wonder, why only women? Why are we only women? Because as women, we understand each other. We have this common goal. We always add something. And we believe that journalism must be a social transformation tool. Together, we are nourishing sorority. We are this collective to protect us from the state and our guild. Because the work has been invisibilized historically. In the 70s, men were the only members, and the few women that were in the newspapers, they talked about birthdays and social events. Now we're talking about something else. Now health, education, culture, because we were not enough for political topics. In the 80s and 90s, we started talking about finance and politics, and we multiplied ourselves. But it wasn't until this century when we started talking about information as directors, as the heads, but almost all the time under the authority of a man. We have our own way to investigate, to tell a story, to make questions. We are the journalist women who are always highlighting the effects of this economy, in this rupture of the social tissue. And we all know that. We know how to do this. We have reported the impact of migration, of militarization, of crimes beyond the context. At that time, what are the profiles we have made at Reporteras en Guardia? According to the data we have, basing ourselves on information from 2000 to 2022, there are more than 154 murders of journalists. KillingNobody.com, Reporteras en Guardia, we have written 70 profiles, of which 12 belong to women, indigenous women, reporters from social media and from the police. They were murdered. They were around 22 and 50 years old. In 7 cases, the attacks were directly motivated in retaliation of their journalistic work. In most cases, they remain unpunished. There are no sentences or arrest warrants. Most cases were using guns. Only one of them was construed as femicide. In all cases, all of them, family and friends were silenced, fearing for their lives because of the impunity. This is what Reporteras en Guardia means. Secondly, Tamaulipas and how we constructed silence based on experience and there's one thing, just please one thing to elaborate with regard to Tamaulipas. When you talk about these precarious conditions, could you please delve into that? Yeah, this precariousness or job insecurity, we talk about that we earn from 4,000 to 6,000 pesos per month in the newspapers, radio stations, and television. This means that when the drug dealers arise, mainly in the border, well, they give, I'm talking about the 90s, $500 to a journalist, to the reporter. So who's the boss in the end? The boss is the drug dealer. Not the editor, not the director, no one, but the drug dealer. So the public opinion is based upon what the drug dealers want us to say. Okay, so I come from the northeastern part of Mexico, from Tamaulipas, which shares a border with the United States. And most of us grew up seeing the migrants, mainly from Central America. And we saw the executions and murders every day. So silence started growing in the 1970s when there was connivance between the police and the mayors and presidents at the time. At the border, for example, Matamoros, the city of Matamoros, where I was born, they controlled the whole city. Most of them, for example, Juan Nepomuceno Guerra Cárdenas, who was a drug dealer and smuggler, and Cavazos, who was a leader of a union, trade union. Together with the Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI, which governed from 1930s to 2000, they propitiated the rise of drug dealers and trafficking in person, even though violence was perceived as something natural. We believe that this normality was just for the drug dealers, not for us, not for the rest of the population. With regard to the reporters, these powers have controlled the media for decades, even though the language was very clear and the expression was certainly there. That is to say, there were some privilege for the reporters. Money. They gave money. And from 2000, the phrase changed to bullet or bullet, not money or bullet. The structure of the cartels changed. There was a terrible struggle for territory, assassination and murder of journalists. And we have to say that those who already had their money but wanted more. So that's why the silence grew in the 90s. This increased when we reported the first attacks on journalists, and investigations always remained in oblivion. The heads of the drug cartel started controlling the media. First, they ask you to change the time and place of all the murders. If he was Juan Ramirez, you will call him Jose Perez. And I didn't really understand why. It was so strange. Maybe just to get a record or something. Well, that's what they asked from us. For example, that's what I used to do. That was until 2000. The most terrible point was from 2009 to 2014 when a head press from the Ceras, from the cartel, sent us very specific reports to the TV and radio. I started denouncing the situation. And one day, and it's pretty interesting, the criminal hired a professional entertainer for his son's party. And we were asked to publish that in the newsletter. That was the order. We published that photo, and we were saying that this person, this entertainer, who is already dead, was present during that party. One of the greatest cases of censorship in Tamaulipas was in 2010, when we found the clandestine tombs and more than 190 corpses. But some other colleagues said that there were more than 500. The other were official numbers. The journalists were threatened with murder or kidnapping if they reported on that. The news, of course, was censored in local media, and only the newspaper of Ciudad Victoria reproduced that news, that piece of news. And there was a bomb car in front of their facilities. I remember that in Mexico City, I was contacted to make a report on that. And before I started, they told me, nobody wants to say this in Tamaulipas. Nobody's saying anything. When I started to report, I said, we should be there to know that this is a death sentence. Since 2009, almost anonymously, I came to Mexico City at the freedom of speech forums to denounce what we lived in Tamaulipas. And the foreigners were more interested than the nationals. And I would like to thank them for that. Joanna Tugman from The Guardian and Michael Connor, representative of CPJ, and Marta Duran de Huerta. My entire thanks to them. The two former are not with us anymore. Silence with regard to crimes against journalists was also constructed because of the indifference of the directors of the media in the center of the country. I arrived in a moment to understand this as an effect. This was the blind effect. We prefer to shut the blinds. We pull down the blinds. There was a lack of investigation with regard to what was happening in northwest of Mexico because it didn't really affect Mexico City. It was so far away up north. So we never made any information. There was a permanent risk for us in the north, but that didn't matter. In this guild, we grow up knowing that when we are not important, well, there is no interest. The federal, state, and municipal governments have never paid any attention to this. Just to cite one case, the Norma Alicia Moreno case, the first woman who was assassinated for being a journalist at the doors of his newspaper on the 17th of January 1986. I thought she was very old. She was my boss. I'm very short, and she was very tall. But I was 17 years old. She was 24, and she was murdered at the age of 24. In next year, it will be 36 years since then, and there have been no punishment whatsoever for the perpetrators. And apparently they were the founders of the Matamoros cartel, the most ancient organization, and then it changed name, Cartel del Golfo, and so forth. But the timeline I made for Freedom in 2014 with the update, there are 22 murders in Tamaulipas from year 2000 up to today. In 4 cases, we're talking about women. And what's the situation right now in Tamaulipas? Still now, we still don't talk about the cartels. We don't even mention their names, who are responsible for this. And now, little by little, we have transformed into a silence state. We see that even in the funerals, people are surveilled. I'm talking about journalists and citizens. There are sometimes certain exceptions when the murders are from rival gangs. Now, from a state of silence operated by organized crime, now we have a silent state organized by the state, by the institutions, who are not informing or are invisibilizing the uncomfortable journalists. They always talk about their rules and protocols to hinder the access to information with regard to kidnaps, disappearance, and murder. And when they talk about these things, they use these legalese, this jibber-jabber, and nothing happens. So this will become very good numbers for their candidacies. That, of course, they will send in turn to the Secretary General of their party. So, as a result, since the numbers are low, they always communicate this information saying nothing is happening in Tamaulipas. In a state such as this, full of corruption, it's very risky to deepen into these things. In security in Tamaulipas, we talk and we write only when the authorities want to. When we have to really understand this topic, we need to rely upon infiltrations and whistleblowers, because the others are just communicating their official data. So the activist Pedro César Carrizales Becerra, El Mijis, mentioned that. So why did I accept to be here? Because in Tamaulipas we built silence with the intimidation of organized crime in connivance with the media, the job insecurities and precariousness, and the indifference of society. One day, I had to abandon my home, my city, take what I could, and go to another state. I remained silent for long, and I was wondering, what did I do to be in this situation, without a job and under a threat? It's so frustrating to see that my children are telling me, if you go to this event, please don't make this question because we are afraid that you will never return. My work as a journalist have been very clear. There is almost no opportunity to carry out investigation journalism in Tamaulipas. So with Reporteras en Guardia, I don't want to be another statistics. Those who build these stories, we exert this professionalism with a high level of precariousness. We often have to have 2, 3, or even 4 jobs with very low income. I had this survey, and I was asked how much I earned from journalism, and it was like 30%. In the words of Laura Castellanos, one of the founders of this sorority effort of Reporteras en Guardia, said, writing about the colleagues who were murdered is an expression of profound love to our guilt, to them, and of course it's a link between ourselves to nourish sorority, kindness, and hope. That's the hope of justice that brought me here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just have one question that is quite simple. And I would like to mention that regarding the 22 deaths that were recorded in Tamaulipas, do you actually know if there have been investigation files open, if they were investigated by the prosecutor's office, if there is any investigation regarding these 22 deaths, all of them, none of them, regardless of the level of action, but have they opened any investigation files? Most of them have not been investigated. There are several characteristics or schemes that are followed. These are a priori trials from the spokespersons of the authorities. Mostly they use 2 arguments. Half an hour later or 1 hour after the murder, they are speaking and they say 2 things. One, that they were linked to organized crime. So that would seem like the rule of thumb, because with that shield, no one can ask anything, no one can investigate anything. They cannot inform anything because drug dealers start threatening us, and no one will speak anymore because it's organized crime. And the other thing that they use, the other argument that they use, is that it was a passionate crime. It was personal, and it has nothing to do with the exercise of journalism. So in all of these cases, we have opened files that no one knows about afterwards. There is nothing else afterwards. Okay, thank you very much. I don't have no further questions. Are there any other questions from the judges? Eduardo? Thank you very much. Thank you, Martha, Olivia, for your testimony and also for what you have done as a journalist in Mexico. We see how hard it is, and we know how hard it is to exercise this profession. So there is a specific question. You said at the end that you had to leave your hometown because of these threats. So my question is, if before that, have you ever submitted a report maybe to the prosecutor's office And you said that most cases are not investigated, but I would like to hear about your situation, your specific situation regarding the threats that you received or your family received. Thank you.
Especially the earlier part where you talked about how women journalists in Mexico were expected to do certain beats and how they now are able to do others. So my question to you, there are two questions. One, I was not able to understand if the women who have been murdered, was it only the cartels, or did they, because they were exposing the link between the state and these cartels, um, did they get even indirect threats from the state? You know, were there messages sent, for instance, to the editors asking them to stop writing these things? I'm trying to understand this because in this question of impunity, how does one connect what the state ought to be doing according to the law and the constitution and what it actually does when journalists expose these kind of connections? And in a way linked to that, when you said that citizens as well as journalists were surveilled even when they went to these funerals, that is the other question I want to know. Who was it who was surveilling them? Was it again the cartels, or was it also the state that was keeping an eye on who was part of the network of journalists who were interested in these issues and writing about them?
I'm sorry, the microphone is off. I cannot hear what they're saying. Sorry, we need to translate, please, the questions. I can do it afterwards, but we need to translate the questions for the witness. We can do it in Spanish, so they are translated.
Para el público. Marina.
Yo puedo proceder, María, va a ser perfecto, si no yo lo hago. Sí, perfecto. Las dos preguntas.
Okay, so the two questions. Otherwise, Kalpana can correct me if I'm wrong. As far as I understand, because the sound is a little bit weird, but she wants to understand the depth of the relationship regarding the journalists that were murdered, these 22 women, if it was the cartels or if they were also investigating these links between public authorities, several public authorities, and also the cartels. And if in some way that was requested by the editors, the chiefs, if there is a moment when this turned into something dangerous, she wants to understand a little bit more when this work of investigation turns into a job that has to do with all of this. And the second question. I can answer both. You have to prepare the answers for both. I can do that. The first question is about these threats that I received. Once I arrived home and my car was all painted with white letters that read, "If you don't stop, we will come and rape and kill you along with your daughter." And I was really concerned because only one of my daughters was there with me. I have two daughters, but only one of them was there. So right there, I started to know or want to know how I could deal with this. I took my things. I left the town. I left town without telling anything to anyone. There was no federal mechanism to protect journalists back then, and I started investigating what happened and who I made uncomfortable. And it was an article where I was talking about the re-election of a union female leader. And I omitted the name because she was there for 27 years in this union. And I guess that she never knew that Los Zetas, who protected her, threatened me. But as a union leader, she was protected by a criminal group. And I think that she's quite responsible for it. So that's one thing. The other answer is if it was work orders or not. When I was talking about these being accomplices, and I am talking about these work precariousness. What do I mean? Salaries. Salaries in some cities in the border, the maquilas workers make more money than us journalists. Of course, these people have days off, and we don't have days off as journalists. So this is one of the situations. If the people in general who were murdered like this, they were related to crime in some cases, not in all cases. There is a case where this columnist wrote or informed about the updated structure after arresting this big criminal, and they shouldn't have said that, but they decided to say it to inform it. And well, he was murdered. He was murdered in a horrific way. And in some other cases, that's why I always come back to the low salaries and precariousness and the lack of structure. This is an important portion of this. In other details, in other murders, it was because they were informing about articles like this. You don't know when they are working with criminal groups and organized crime and authorities work so closely together that you never know. You never know when they will be linked. I remember that back then in Victoria Hall, the water fee was going to increase, and we received a call as journalists because they told us, no, you cannot talk about that. You cannot talk about this article because Los Zetas don't want this published. Why? Because the manager of the water institution is protected by Los Zetas, so they don't want to talk about the increase in the water fee. So we cannot really go deeper into this, and I could not give you a general answer for all of this because just by getting to judicial authorities, I wouldn't dare to go to the prosecutor's office to ask about what has happened with certain crimes, just because of my safety. Great, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the participation from Marta Olivia López Medellín, and we will now take a break and we will come. No, sorry, we are not going to take a break. So we will continue and we will go straight with lawyer and director of civical proposals, Sara Mendiola. Good afternoon. So right now, I think that there is this. Okay, so there is this interest in hearing from you, but I also want to structure this a little bit, and I can ask you, and I think that there is this huge interest because of your professional experience. Please tell us about all of the legal actions taken and investigation and the level of legal representation of journalists that were threatened and intimidated in this country. And also, if you could talk about They changed the microphone, but I don't know if... Okay, I think we can hear her better now. And slower, please. I'm sorry. When the judges give you a hard time as a lawyer, that's not a cool thing. But well, I will start over. I wanted just to highlight that your testimony has this weight of telling us about what happened with the investigations and the cases that the civil society are carrying out, but also the whole institutional network that is operating right now in Mexico, even though it is not yet published how these special offices are working and the protection systems or programs that have to do with this intention to protect journalists. We haven't talked about it yet, so I want to ask you some questions, but do you have a little bit more time to talk about this? Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about this work from Propuesta Cívica and the work that you do, and we can talk about the details about all of the institutions. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am so glad to participate here in this tribunal and tell you a little bit about the experience that I got from Propuesta Cívica and the representation of journalist cases who were victims of aggression and their families, aggressions because of their job. Propuesta Cívica is an organization of the civil society that is Mexican that has 11 years of experience now. And we represent and accompany advocates and also journalists that have been victims of aggression in Mexico because of their jobs. Since 2017, the highest population that we assist in Propuesta Cívica are journalists. And one of our missions in the organization is to fight impunity regarding crimes against journalists. And we represent cases of journalists who were murdered, who disappeared, who were physically harmed and also morally harmed, because that also transforms how they are hurting journalists in Mexico through local mechanisms. Through legal mechanisms, sorry. And within all of the cases that we can talk about that Propuesta Cívica has represented, maybe I could mention the case of Miroslava Brichbet-Ducea, a journalist that was murdered on March 23rd of 2017 in Chihuahua because of her job. The case of journalist Javier Valdez Cárdenas, murdered on May 15, 2017, also because of his job in Sinaloa. And the case of Julio Valdivia Rodriguez, journalist murdered on September 9th, 2020 in Veracruz. And also the case of journalist María Elena Ferral, murdered on March 30, 2020 in Veracruz. The case of Gustavo Sánchez Cabrera, journalist murdered in Oaxaca on June 17 of 2021. And we are strategically trying to represent the case of Regina Martinez, because as you have heard before in this tribunal, it is a case that is considered within impunity or under impunity, and there is an interest from the prosecutor's office of Veracruz to fabricate this investigation and not getting to the actual truth about what happened in this crime against Regina. We are looking for an amparo through federal authorities. So the media, that in this case it will be Proceso, to be recognized by Mexican authorities as an indirect victim of this crime. The authorities have denied for Proceso to be an indirect victim from the murder of their journalist. From our point of view as an organization, and in order to progress in the human rights, we consider that the media have to have this characteristic as a victim when their journalist, when their worker was murdered. Regarding impunity, as this tribunal has heard before too, when we deal with journalist murders at a federal level, the percentage of impunity goes all the way to 98%. At a local level, the number is even exceeding that. When we deal with disappearances of journalists, impunity is 100%. In our country, we have not investigated or clarified a single case of a journalist that has disappeared. There is no interest from the current government or the previous governments in order to have in their agenda a place to assist the systematic crisis of violence against the press. The impunity is all in the offices, in prosecuting offices. The crimes committed against journalists are not clarified. There is no knowledge about the truth for the victims. There is no knowledge about the truth for the journalist groups. And there is no knowledge of the truth for the society in general. There is no justice. Within the systematic practices that are affecting these investigations, we could highlight from the experience of representing cases that there is no effective safeguarding of the crime scene. And that is essential because in most cases that we have represented, there is this relevant loss of the material, of the evidentiary material in order to present this before the court. And this is because of the negligence of the authorities. And also, as a practice, we have the lack of generation of these good best practices from the prosecutor's offices. There are these really bad practices of generating huge investigation files that have 20 chapters, over 20,000 pages, with no investigation acts that are efficient, that actually lead us to the identification of the material authors and the intellectual authors of crimes. The prosecutor's office could say that they worked because there is this proportion or this huge volume of sheets. But the truth is that deep in the investigation, there are no efficient actions that can actually address the investigation of the people who are responsible. I'm sorry, I am going to interrupt you because I see that there is great interest in the content of your testimony, and I would like to ask you some questions before widening the information about impunity and about the protection mechanisms, only because I would like to leave that on record. You were talking about the journalists that were murdered, all of them because of the development of their journalistic work. So is that something that you have recorded in Propuesta Cívica? If that's the case, what is the type of investigations that those journalists were taking on when they found their death? Well, one of the strategies of the organization of Propuesta Cívica when they adopt a case is for the aggression to come from their job or to be rooted in their job, because we need prior information that takes us closer or warns us about this aggression or murder or disappearance being linked to their journalistic work. In the cases that we represent, most of journalists were investigating cases that had to do with drug dealing and politics, drug dealing on its own, how criminal groups are working in that area, this link between authorities and organized crime, and also highly impactful crimes like violation of human rights and filtration or involvement of public officers in corruption actions. Okay, so we just would like to understand. We couldn't understand the system, but I think that's very interesting for the panel and for this prosecutor. In the Mexican system, who starts criminal action in the case of death? Is that something that the authority does? Who is compelled to do that? If we're talking about murder, it is the obligation of the authority. As soon as the authority knows that this happened, this crime, they are compelled to start an investigation. Okay, so in the cases that you're dealing with, the police, the prosecuting authorities, they also went to the crime scene once it happened, or did you call the police, or is there a pattern regarding the actions that have to be taken. Well, regarding the first actors of the justice system or the first operators that are in contact with the crime scene, that would be the police officers. And we have this huge deficiency because police officers, because of these errors that they make or because of them being accomplices, they are negligent. They are negligent, severely negligent in the crime scene. That's what I was mentioning actually. They are not safeguarding the crime scene and they are not safeguarding the evidentiary material that is essential in order to take that evidentiary material to the court. Many times the cases, and a clear example is the case of Maria Elena Ferral, many cases have no evidentiary material in order to really prove the responsibility of the people involved. Another question, this is something that I am interested in. As lawyers, one of the witnesses being a coadjuvant portion of the criminal investigation, is that an available role for the family members or the person who was harmed, in this case, the media or your organization as lawyers? And is that something that can be done freely? Are there any obstacles for this to be materialized? And what Carrasco was saying, it is a strategic action that is being taken. Since last year, Propuesta Cívica, in representation of Jorge Carrasco, looked to have access to Regina Martinez's investigation as an indirect victim to become a coadjuvant in the investigation. What we obtained from the Special Prosecutor's Office for Crimes Committed Against Freedom of Speech in Mexico was a denial, because in the legal section, the media are not identified as indirect victims, and what this association did was just a restrictive interpretation of the scope of indirect victims. Facing this resolution, we started to create this amparo trial against this institution because they denied the recognition of victims, and we are in that point in this legal status where we are waiting for a federal judge to resolve if Proceso as the media is an indirect victim or not, because Regina Martinez was their journalist. So we have given this whole legal arguments using national and international standards so that the judges are progressive in the scope of this indirect victim status, but we find these legal technicalities that become barriers where the media cannot be an adjuvant in the investigation. And a legal representative on behalf of the family members, for example, on behalf of the victims, would they have access to the investigation? Well, in the strict sense of the written law, yes, we would have the right to have access. But in a practical way, we don't have access. The very victims, the very family members of killed journalists, we see that they have no access. They are restricted from the investigation because the prosecutor offices consider that they are not victims, indirect victims of the murder. And the clear example was the case of Miroslav Abril, because Chihuahua's police officer said that Miroslav's sisters or Miroslav's son or Miroslav's brother, they were no indirect victims of the crime. And that's why they were not given access to the investigation. Great. And in that very same line, maybe to extrapolate this, from the state, what are the institutions that have been created supposedly to investigate and fight impunity because of the murder of journalists? Okay, so in that area, regarding the institutional structure that has been built, we have that this institutional structure at a federal level, we have this special prosecutor's office that was created in 2010. And we have this mechanism to protect people who advocate for human rights and journalists that were created in 2012. At a local level, we have local prosecutor offices. Some of them, not all of them, have special units to address crimes committed against journalists. And also at a local level, there are local protection mechanisms. There are units, assistance units, that are linked or coordinated through the federal mechanism. And some states do not have any kind of local mechanism. And also, they have developed this standardized protocol for the investigation of crimes committed against freedom of speech. This protocol was built in 2018, along with FEABLE and other organizations of the civil society. And also the Office of the UN in Mexico and the National Commission of Human Rights. And what we were looking for was for all of the prosecutor offices to have technical information to investigate crimes against journalists in all the localities of the country. And the result was that this became an instrument that is not applied by any office in the country, even though it is a compulsory instrument for all prosecutor offices.
And also, I would like to mention that another great problem of our public prosecutors when facing these investigations is that they decontextualize the information, they decontextualize the disappearance, they unlink the aggression, they unlink the fact that they are reporters or journalists with the aggression. So there are no links between the aggression and the topics that the journalists were researching or publishing when they were being attacked or murdered. As a result, the hypotheses of the prosecutors are completely built upon wrongful information, and the results of an investigation whose foundation is wrong is a loss of time, a victimization of the victims, and the loss of the perpetrators. So we are constantly looking for and encouraging the prosecutors to investigate that. And with the federal prosecutor for crimes against journalists, we want to analyze the context. We want a methodology to analyze the journalistic work of the offended. What were they doing? What were they investigating? What topics they were analyzing? Unfortunately, this best practice, the analysis of the context, is an exception. And only this federal prosecutor is carrying this out. In the case of Miroslava Bric and journalist Javier Valdez, we were able to develop this context analysis because we requested the federal prosecutor to do this. And we were able to identify very interesting and valuable information in their cases that allowed for the opening of new investigation lines to verify who were the masterminds. Another bad practice is that they only limited their action to analyze the evidentiary material, not the intellectual authors. And the main offenders are public officers. This has been documented by international organization, national organization, but the government itself, the Minister of Human Rights, Alejandro Encinas, in several occasions, in 2019, in 2022, has said that public officials are the main offenders, attackers, following the orders of organized crime. most of the intellectual authors who ordered the crime are authorities. Those who execute that are the criminals, the organized crime. But those who order that are the authorities. Rarely have we found a case where a politician, a public officer, has been taken to court for their participation in a crime such as this. The case of Miroslava Breach is once again an excellent example because Propuesta Cívica demanded that the investigation lines were opened to analyze the behavior of politicians. And we saw that it was a narco policy attack. For 11 months, the prosecutor refused access to the information by stating that they were not victims, the family were not victims. For 11 months, we didn't know anything, who was investigating and who was being investigated. Facing that, we had to request the FEADLE, the federal prosecutor, to attract the case. They have the power of attracting these cases. The Constitution in its Article 73, Section 21, and in the Article 21 of the Public Law of Criminal Proceedings, it is stated that this federal prosecutor can attract these cases when there is a suspicion that there was the intervention of any local or municipal authorities in the crime, or when it's about a murder or intent. The FIADLE has the power to attract that investigation. For months, they refused to do so, and as lawyers of Propuesta Cívica, we were struggling against the state to the FIADLE and to a federal court through a writ of amparo to order the local prosecutor to recognize the quality of victims to the family. The victim has to seek these remedies to have their quality of victim recognized. So they have to demand this. After 11 months, when we were finally able to do so, when we forced the FEADLE to attract their case of Miroslava Breach, were we able to study the file, and there was not a single investigation line against a political author. When, from the very beginning, we knew that there was an intention from the government to carry out this crime, we requested the context analysis. Based upon this, we requested the investigation lines against political actors who were presumed to be involved, because Miroslava was very clear to mention these three people who were the messengers of the drug dealers, according to her. Politicians who were the middlemen between the organized crime and the government, the people of Chihuahua, the government of Chihuahua. Today, we were able to have a former president to be incarcerated because of his participation in the attack to Miroslava, an ex-municipal president who recognized and accepted his participation in the murder of Miroslava. With the permission of the panel, I have three questions. And I want to understand the dynamics of the representatives of the victims. You were mentioning that it is very important to know the context, to analyze the context, this methodology that the federal prosecutor, the FIADLE, is using. So how do you demand this? You requested that. How do you do that? Is this a possibility for anybody can it be applied to other cases? To other cases? Yes, of course. We did request the FIADLE to investigate this crime within its context of journalism because we were convinced that Miroslava had been murdered because of her job, because of what she was investigating. So there are very relevant data where she shows that at least 10 candidates to the municipal presidency were members of organized crime. And according to a second investigation, Miroslava showed that family members of the drug dealers were using positions in the Ministry of Security. So there were several threats, and this ended in her murder. In the case of Javier Valdez, there's also a case where we requested this context analysis. These cases, and how do you do that, madam? Do you send a letter or what? Yes, we had to send a letter to the public prosecutor in charge of the FIADLE. Nowadays, it is not so difficult to access this context analysis because the case of Javier Valdez and Miroslava helped to make the context analysis be included within this harmonized protocol of investigation. So these analyses are mandatory for all prosecutors of the whole country when they are investigating aggression against a journalist. And the last question, with regard to what you have mentioned of Miroslava and Valdez case, the refusal to recognize the quality of victims to their families, is this a violation to the international rights recognized by the Mexican government? Isn't that right? So that's a very obvious. It's very severe. It's a flagrant violation to human rights. So is this a topic you deal with as representatives and lawyers? Certainly, certainly. Yes, it's an essential human right to access to justice, which is refused by the state itself. We won the writ of amparo. A federal judge, seeing how obvious and how logic it was, accepted this. And then the prosecutor were not disagreed. They disagreed with this situation and they requested a revision. Okay, thank you very much. Is there any question from the panel? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sarah, for your testimony. I raised the hand several times, but fortunately, my questions were answered. So I just have two questions left that I would like you to clarify, Madam Clara. So you mentioned that they had to use the writ of amparo to had their status of victims recognized by the state or indirect victims. So my question is, how are the judges reacting to these writs of amparo? Next question, very brief, very straightforward. It is very clear that the activities of the FIADLE, according to the Constitution, this is very clear. They can attract the cases when the local prosecutors are not investigating correctly. My question is therefore, are there any numbers or statistics? Do we know how many cases has the FIADLE attracted? Many thanks, first of all. Yes, with regard to the first question, the situation of the victims, the federal judges are very open to that, I believe. They are actually surprised that this writ of amparo is necessary to recognize the quality of indirect victim in the case of the family. And here I would like to mention something important, and it's very specific. We see a great difference between the treatment we received from the judges and the other systems. That's another point. There is no direct collaboration or cooperation between the federal and state or local authorities. The local authorities are closer to the evidentiary material. The federal prosecutors will be losing a lot of time. They're not as close as the material, for example, in the case in Oaxaca. But in the case of Miroslava, the prosecutor of Chihuahua refused completely to have a single session of cooperation. In the case of Javier Valdez, fortunately, we saw how there was a greater openness of the federal prosecutor. When there are actors, of political actors, of public officials, the prosecutor's action is to investigate immediately, to close, and to build a pyramid where only the actors they believe are guilty, so that the federation is not being involved in this. That's what happened with Miroslava's case. It's a judge where only the material authors are being prosecuted, and there are no investigation lines for the masterminds. With regard to the second question, I believe it is related to the power of attraction. Yeah. According to the statistics, I don't have the statistics, but these are being published, the FIADLE reports which cases they have attracted. The main issue here is that the law establishes that the federation may attract cases of crimes against journalists when this or that happens. And this may do that, may attract, has been the word that they use to cover up their negligence. And they say, well, I am not forced by the law. The law states that I may, but I am not forced to do so. So this doesn't happen all the time. In the case of the prosecutor of Veracruz, I believe that if there is a prosecutor in Mexico where there's a terrible impunity, is Veracruz. The systematical impunity is rampant. They always follow the same pattern. Deficient investigations, lack of investigation, no investigation lines against political actors, completely unlinked to the journalistic work, a terrible delay. The prosecutor of Veracruz has just opened the file with a single sheet, a file for murder, and they just abandon those investigations for years. And for many years there is nothing happening. So we have seen in Michoacán 4 cases with the same pattern, the same impunity, a complete abandonment of the investigation. Nothing efficient is done to locate the person, to locate the aggressors, nothing. And above all, the prosecutor of Veracruz has refused to open or to establish a specialized unit to investigate crimes against journalists because, according to their view, according to the view of the prosecutor, it's not needed, it's not necessary, even though it's one of the most dangerous states for journalists. In the case of Regina Martinez is said to be solved when it is very clear that that case was fabricated and that maybe the person who is incarcerated has been incarcerated unlawfully and is maybe innocent.
we can see that the systematic patterns of impunity at a prosecutor's office levels is around the country, and we can see this because we have so many high indexes of impunity regarding the federal mechanism of protection, and this goes beyond the question that has been asked from me, is that we have focused on strengthening the public policy of protection and strengthening the mechanism, and we have capitalized all of the efforts so this mechanism can work, and the responsibility of a state was delegated to an institution. And the results, after 10 years of its creation, we have them, a mechanism that has not worked, that has not managed to prevent aggressions, and that has not managed to protect. The very Undersecretary of Human Rights, Alejandro Encinas, declared 2 months ago that they have murdered at least 8 journalists that had a protection plan through this federal mechanism. So this talks about the lack of capacity of the institution. It is exceeded. The violence that is going on in Mexico is exceeded. It is this violence that is generated by these being accomplice, these authorities and the police officers, and these politics that we're going through. And these are brave journalists that are investigating, that are exposing this, and the authorities are only exposing the violence crisis, and they are involved in this, and we don't have. And the drug dealing system works in Mexico so well because there is this permissibility and this collaboration from the state, and it's brave journalists who are investigating and making this visible, these problems that Mexico goes through. And they are the ones being murdered. They are the ones being disappeared. And I think that the efforts have to also be focused on the criminal politics in order to stop these crimes against journalists. While we are not there, if we don't focus on that, if we don't go to the prosecutor's offices, there will be no protection mechanism. There will be no resources nor funding from the state enough to prevent and protect journalists. It is useless for this mechanism to generate protection, comprehensive protection plans in the prosecutor offices are not doing their job. So I believe that unfortunately in our country, the mechanism has to continue to exist. Hopefully, at some point it will no longer be necessary, but it is necessary right now to continue strengthening this institution, to have this greater institutional articulation, and to look at the protection of journalists as a responsibility of one state, not an isolated institution, but to also compel the prosecutor offices. The huge issue is that we have this impunity problem. We have prosecutors' offices that are working at the service of criminal groups, and Veracruz is no exception. That is the reality in Mexico. That's what journalists are facing, and their families as well. All of the victims in this country are alone, facing the authorities and facing their aggressors. They have no one. The path for a victim in this country is tortuous, and having these prosecutors' offices working at the service of criminality, of crime. Thank you very much. Enough further questions.
Are negligent. I assume that's a general word indicating that it's not a lack of training, but probably intentional. Organization that supplies all over the country.
Ya ni si quisieras traducir la pregunta.
What's the possibility of
Yani, si bajas un poquito el micrófono porque no se escucha bien.
Well, the second is it possible to back up, to support the family members of the victims to have a more active role, a more independent role? because it may be more abandoned in that sense and they cannot contribute to overcome this barrier of impunity. Kalpana was asking for something. Kalpana.
That even
So in regards to an exercise to being more flexible with the prosecutor's offices, the reality here in the offices is that they have this public resource that is very low.
Besides, they lack this training. Those who are trained to carry out the investigations are the ones at the federal prosecutor. The locals are very far from this reality. They're just focused on their own local crisis. They try to contain the violence in their communities. There are good intentions on the side of some prosecutors. One example of this would be the prosecutor of San Luis Potosí, in spite of not being as such a violent state as others, with so many so much violence against journalists. They have implemented a program for them, and there is a political will to train their personnel. And I am talking about two people. There are two people in charge of that unit. So the prosecutors' offices depend on their own training and capacity with regard to their ability to investigate and so forth. They also face the other reality that they lack resources. They have very few resources assigned, and sometimes they have to discriminate which cases can be investigated and which others cannot. So it's a selective justice. Since the reform of 2008, which was a penal reform, and where we transform into an oral and adversarial system, the main principles of this system was to give a face and a voice to the victim, for them to become part of the justice system. However, unfortunately, it hasn't worked. The prosecutors still work with the past vices of the inquisitorial system. So the role of these civil society organizations is so important. And sometimes we're the only voice the victims have to demand justice in a legal context. I think one of the greatest challenges is also with regard to the judges. They are not used to hear cases in the context of freedom of speech. We demanded this to be included in the case of Miroslava and Javier. We wanted them to judge with the perspective of freedom of speech, and we demanded for indictments that take into account that these people were murdered for their journalistic work, because normally, in the very few sentences that we see, they always, let's say, convict the murderers for murdering, just that. And we want to go beyond that. We want them to be convicted for murdering this person for being a journalist, with the aggravating issue that they murder because of the victim being a journalist. And that's why we need context analysis. This context analysis showcased the reason of the aggression. In a sense, I believe that we are re-signifying the conviction for the victim. When we know that the aggressor has been convicted and it has been acknowledged that the victim was was murdered because of their job is important, and that's very difficult for the judges to understand that. They're not used to include this, to include their perspective. But we have to force the authorities. The authorities must comply. Thank you very much. I believe that the interpreters have had an interruption of 15 minutes. If possible, everything's okay.
Agradecemos a la abogada Sara.
Thank you very much to lawyer Sara for her testimony. We'll take a break and we will get back in a few minutes. Thank you.
¿Podemos ir regresando, por favor, a la audiencia y tomando sus lugares? Si podemos ir pasando a...
It's time to reconvene, please. Let's resume the hearing. Please get back to your seats. Let us begin the next part of this session. Thank you for that.
Estamos por empezar nuestra audiencia.
We're about to begin the next part of the hearing. Please take your seats.
Quienes están todavía fuera, si pueden entrar, vamos a comenzar nuevamente la audiencia.
Please, it's time to reconvene. We are about to begin the session.
Todavía hay varias personas afuera.
We see that there are still people outside. Please come in. Please come in to continue with the hearing. Thank you.
Vamos pasando a nuestros lugares, por favor.
Please take your seats. It's time to resume the session.
Vamos pasando, por favor. Muy bien.
Very well, thank you very much. Let us resume the session. Now we will continue, and it's time for journalist Lucia Lagunes to take the floor, who is a member of the Consultative Advisory Committee on the Mechanism for the Protection of Defenders of Human Rights and Journalists. Good afternoon, Madame Lagunes. Thank you very much for participating in this tribunal. Well, after the testimony of Mrs. Mendiola, you wouldn't be surprised to hear that my questions are with regard to your work as a journalist, but especially your role as a member of the advisory council of this protection mechanism. And an open question, first of all, I would like to follow up on a description of the mechanism. I understand that this is an important mechanism in Mexico, but I would like to know what are its functions, what is its role, and from there we can talk about whether it's efficient or not, and etc. I don't know if you're listening okay. Okay, are you hearing? Good. Well, the mechanism for the protection of defenders of human rights and journalists is born due to the law with the same name, passed in 2010 under the initiative of several civil society organizations in face of the rampant violence against defenders. The mechanism has a board of government, which is the highest instance for decision-making processes, to plan the protection of human rights defenders and journalists. In this board, there are 4 members of the government, the National Commission of Human Rights, and 4 members of the advisory committee of this protection mechanism. That is to say, those of us who, as individuals, journalists, who work at the academia with regard to freedom of speech. Who are the authorities that belong to this board of government? The Ministry of Interior, the Secretariat of External Affairs, the then called Federal Police, which is today the National Guard or the Secretariat for Public Security. I also, I already mentioned that Secretariat, Secretariat of the Interior, and the General Prosecutor, the Attorney General. Those are the institutions that make up the Board of Government. In terms of operations, its structure of this mechanism is done through the Executive Administration, which is part of the Human Rights Unit of the Subsecretariat of Human Rights of the Secretariat of the Interior. So this Executive Commission is responsible for operating the protection plans as determined by the board, and it is also responsible for carrying out the risk analysis for journalists and human rights defenders, which in turn will lead to the protection plans. This mechanism has 3 units for its operation, first of which is the immediate reaction unit and case reception, which is the first instant, the first contact for those who request the protection under this mechanism. This unit has the task of defining the immediate risk. If there is an extraordinary risk, this means if the life of the requester is at stake, it's considered as an immediate risk, and the mechanism must apply immediately to determine the appropriate measures to protect his life and integrity. If the risk of the beneficiary is considered low or intermediate, they will enter into an ordinary procedure where immediately there will be protection measures, but that will go through a deeper risk analysis to determine the measures. So these are the 2 ways for a person to obtain this protection, ordinarily or extraordinarily. The 3rd unit is the risk assessment, which is made up of the people who will have to conduct a risk analysis of the beneficiaries, and that will be taken to the Board of Government to determine the protection plan. The mechanism has the obligation of meeting every month, and as a board, determining the plans of protection for those people who have requested that. The third unit is prevention for preventive measures that might be developed in order to guarantee the conditions and prevent risks for defenders and human and rights activists. So those are the three units cooperating as part of this mechanism. Thank you very much. How many journalists have requested these protection measures in Mexico? Maybe how many of them have requested and how many have been granted? We could talk about that. I don't have that information at the moment because the executive board hasn't given that information yet. We don't know how many people we have in this request list, even though we have requested that information. So unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to say that. Only the executive coordination knows that because they are the ones who receive the requests itself. But I could say that there are 545 people who benefit from this mechanism, of which 40% are journalists. And out of these 40%, 30% are female journalists. What type of measures are generally approved or implemented by the board? The catalog, as it is known, the catalog of measures has strong measures such as security guards, security vehicles, armored vehicles, a shelter with all the requirements, also an assistance button, a panic button as we know it, which is the measure given to almost everybody, whose function is to locate the person in real time because there is a GPS inside, and also this also activates in case of an aggression that will need an immediate action. For example, calling the authorities in the case of an ambush or a persecution, anything. If someone is outside someone's address, one can press the button and there will be an immediate reaction of the authorities to guarantee their integrity. And there are also political measures, which is the acknowledgement of the work of the human rights defenders and journalists in a public way, because we believe that this acknowledgement is a way of guaranteeing the labor of these people. But there can also be boards of activities to analyze the context of whatever is happening and what's producing that these people, whether one or more, are being offended or attacked. In this case, we can have authorities from different ministries or different levels of government, depending on the aggression, which will be why this work will have to be done, where the people will be involved with the aim of creating a dialogue and change within the state government or municipal government. And in this way, decrease or eradicate the aggressions against defenders or journalists. You were mentioning that if this mechanism that this mechanism is a part of the civil society. Even though it began as a civil society initiative, do you request legislative support? That is to say, to improve that. Yes, the mechanism starts in the law. Yeah, it's the law known as the law to protect human rights defenders and journalists. It was approved by the Senate and the Congress. And the legislative power, the chamber, has the duty of determining every year a budget for the operation of the mechanism, as well as for guaranteeing the protection measures for the beneficiaries of this mechanism. And also the Board of Government has the participation of special guests or permanent guests from the Chamber of Deputies and the Commission of Human Rights from the Mexican Senate. And also there is a permanent observer, which is the High Commissioner of Human Rights of the United Nations. Now, I would like to understand the inner functioning of the mechanism. I understand that the level of participation of the government is really high with regard to the offices. And yet, it has been said that it's not effective, or it's not as effective as it should be. Have you been able to identify the causes of this? First of all, I would like to say the lack of coordination among the authorities that make up the Board of Government. There is no common work to guarantee the integrity of people. The General Attorney, through the FEADLE, through the Federal Prosecutor for the Investigation of Crimes Against Journalists, FIADLE. I believe, and I was listening to Sara Mendiola talk about the context analysis, that this could be part of the assessments carried out by the mechanism to understand what's happening, but it could be also the job of the Secretariat, which is continuously analyzing the context of the violence throughout the country. This could help determine risk areas for human rights defenders or journalists. However, this is not happening. Yes, at some point, the Board of Government has determined that a person must be accompanied by a guard during their commute or whatever, through the National Guard. And the response or the answer to this depends on the dangers of the area. And it's very difficult to have these accompaniments or to have the guards to make their tours. It is very difficult for us to protect these people. Another thing I think it's very important is that since the change of the government, there has been a shift in the priority with regard to the role of this mechanism as part of a policy that should be a state policy and not just an instance where there is state responsibility. I don't know if you understand this. Yeah, is that clear? Yeah, but could you please elaborate? Yeah. I mean, the state, the other authorities that are not present in the Board of Government, they do not feel forced to take any action to protect, but rather believe, and they are absolutely convinced, that the only responsible authority for that is called mechanism for the protection of journalists. And also, there is another issue, which is the relation with state and municipal authorities. Although the law states that the board shall establish whatever is mandatory for those authorities, this is not happening. State authorities do not feel obliged to comply with the mandate of the mechanism, with the law. For example, if we request, or if someone requests that in any state of the republic there is something so basic as I don't know, a light post to have a illumination outside the house of someone, the state does not feel that this is mandatory for them. They just think that this is not necessary. We know that sometimes crimes occur in darkness, but they don't feel obliged. So we have had this conversation with the federal mechanism, but this is the result of the murder of journalist Miroslava Bric and journalist Javier Valdez, as an agreement between the National Commission of Governors, which agreed to create these units to coordinate the actions that are done by the state and by the federation. This was a political action in response to the national and international demand coming from the terrible murders that were taking place. What are these units? It can be just a person, and that's it. And they have no real capacity to act or to do anything to execute whatever is requested to the mechanism. If the agreement was that those who belong to the liaison units and they had to be a secretariat, which is one of the most important ministries, and this is not happening. They have decided that it's just a person who's not technically capable. And thus, these specialized attention units are useless. These people have never been trained in freedom of speech, in human rights, in defense of human rights, or anything. So, in the case of women, I would like to make a special comment. The mechanism has not taken seriously what the protection of female journalists implies in order to guarantee that they are not suffering sexual harassment from the very same guards that are assigned to them. And even though we have had complaints because of this sexual harassment of the guards, the bodyguards, that of course undermines their rights, the mechanism hasn't taken any proactive action to guarantee a way in which these female journalists could prevent their bodyguards from being their own aggressors. I think this is very, very serious. And it has been understood as an exaggeration by the authorities. They do not understand how difficult it is for a woman, for female journalists, to have to take care of these people who are supposed to take care of them. Yes, that's very interesting to talk about the decentralization of this. It's very clear. These people do not have a training. So what's their profile? What's their training? Are they policemen? These are members of the state government who are in charge. They're just that, just in charge of these units. And let me give you an example. When this agreement was subscribed, they determined that there had to be a workshop for people who were in charge, who would be in charge of these units in the states. This workshop took place at the facilities of the then federal police, and we had administrative personnel from the governments who did comply with the order of sending someone to receive the training, to understand what the actions were. But now you see how lacking we are in commitment when creating these units, who are operating the units. It can be administrative personnel in charge of that telephone number to reach out to the mechanism, but who will in turn have to ask permission to another authority in order to solve whatever is being requested. Okay, so I would like to know your opinion with regard to what can be done. I see that there are many actors, some of them are not properly trained. So, according to your experience, what's the problem or what can we do? Even through international or national demandings. First of all, creating a state policy. If you insist that there is just one institution, the mechanism, to follow up on 100 beneficiaries, what we're dealing with is with the suffocation of that institution. All institutions of the government should be in charge through a real policy to understand the labor of these people, to acknowledge the labor of journalists, and to effectively mandate all federal authorities to act in favor of the protection of the beneficiaries. Unless we do this, it will be very difficult to revert what we are seeing. Secondly, I believe that it is urgent to have a democratic pact at the three levels of the government. They have to recognize that the aggressions, that violence against human rights defenders and journalists are the weakness of our democracy, and it involves all three government levels. And our task should be reaching zero impunity. As long as the federal prosecutor does not assume the responsibility to investigate and sanction those who attack or threat journalists, and I'm not only talking about the perpetrators, but about the masterminds. Unless we do this, we will not be able to prevent violence from escalating. Just 4 years ago, we could say that the mechanism saved some lives. Today, we cannot say that anymore. Thank you very much. I believe that there will be many questions with regard to this. If there are any questions, now is the moment. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to know how many journalists and human rights defenders have been disappeared or under this mechanism protection. At a state level, I don't know, but in the case of federal, it's 9. When? In the last 3 years, 9 people have been forcibly disappeared or murdered. Another question, maybe you mentioned that, but I just probably forgot, or who has to request the protection for the mechanism to enter into force? Is it the same person who feels threatened, or is it other people? Yeah, the victim or the collective has to request the protection under the mechanism. It can be by phone, by email, or even through a representative. And just to make sure that we all understand, is it possible to have the documentation of a failure of this commission in the past 10 years? Because there have been so many attacks. How many of these people were under the protection of the mechanism, of the alleged protection? Can we know a number to understand the issue of the credibility? It is very important. I think that we have been ambivalent to this. It's just to have the information clear. If those journalists who have been murdered in the past few years and in the past few months were there, are you talking about the mechanism? Sorry, I didn't really get the question. I'm sorry. Jenny, can I construe the question? How many journalists were under the protection and the mechanism who were murdered or intimidated or attacked or whatever? What's the number? Murder, I just mentioned, nine. It's nine. 9 people were protected by the mechanism and were murdered. In spite of this, the risks, the threats never cease, even though they are protected by the mechanism. Is that it? Yeah, there's another question. With regard to the cases of Veracruz, I don't know, have you seen any type of commonality among these cases? You mentioned that it was like a funnel, because before the mechanism saved lives, nowadays it doesn't. Now we have 9 lives lost. So that's a terrible overview. So before, when everything was worse, we were better off than today. Yeah, Veracruz was a terrible issue with Governor Duarte. In Veracruz, we took action under the framework of the law, which is the early warning, and that's how it's called, which tries to take action in certain states in order to guarantee the life and integrity of people, and mainly to allow them to keep their job as journalists and to keep defending human rights. In the case of Veracruz, we started this early warning program to establish certain routes and structures to guarantee their lives and guarantees. However, this failed. It's an initiative that we had to abandon, that had many obstructions, and there was a lot of difficulty to have a permanent follow-up, not only in Veracruz, but I would say that throughout these last 4 years where I've been part of the advisory council, when we have authoritarian governments, we see very clearly that this is the case, because when people enter into the mechanism, it doesn't happen one by one, but 10 or 20 at the same time. They request this protection. There are times when we could say we had these meetings with the state government, and there was such an amazing amount of people from many states, from Veracruz, from Quintana Roo, or Jalisco, or, well, any of the 32 states, that showcase the rupture of the social tissue because of these authoritarian governments who were colluded or partially colluded with organized crime and attacked journalists. So here I would like to make a remark. It's very different from being a national and a local journalist. The authorities are always there. You find them. You bump into them in the street when you're walking. They just approach you and they say anything to you. The police, the municipal police, are the tools to execute the aggressions. And when I talk about aggressions, it's not just arbitrary arrest of a journalist. That maybe the only thing that did was saying that in that municipality there was this or that budget, I don't know, to build a road, and it wasn't used. And there was no road in the end. And the municipal president believes that this is an attack on his person. So those journalists in the municipalities have a greater risk because their protection space is so reduced, is so shrinked. Maybe in a city, a journalist can reach out to other communities of journalists, but a journalist in a municipality is a very easy target. And we were mentioning about the precariousness of their jobs. One of the tasks of the risk assessment is analyzing the environments where human rights defenders and journalists live. Because maybe the board of government determines that it's important to have a security lock, but sometimes before having a lock we have to have a door. Sometimes we may determine that the windows need protection, but first we have to make sure that the structure of the window will allow for that. That's what we are dealing with. They are so vulnerable. And if they are women on top of that, they will be threatened. Their children will be threatened. There will be blames and sayings on how they dress, their sexuality, how they speak, how they stand. And so there will be a terrible reaction against them, particularly in social media. So it is very complex. It's very clear that one single institution cannot protect so many people.
Thank you very much. I think that we can wrap up. Thank you. Okay, so now we will continue and we will ask for the presence of Griselda Triana. We thank Griselda Triana because of the rain. We will have a delay with Laura Borbolla. Thank you, Griselda. Good afternoon. Sorry. We had our order, but now we have to get ahead. But anyway, the dynamics of this testimony that we have been addressing, in your case, we would like to hear from you, not only, of course, your relationship with Javier Valdez, your husband, and all of the happenings around. Sorry, my voice is really, really bad today. Is that better? I don't know if you can share with the tribunal your most personal experience regarding the work of your husband and what he was investigating and all of those happenings and your own work regarding the defense of journalists and the exposure of the prosecution that took place. And I will ask you some questions afterwards. Sure, of course. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Indeed, I am a colleague of Javier Valdez, the murdered journalist. He was murdered on 2017 in Culiacán, Sinaloa, on May 15th, and I am an indirect victim. And I have been displaced for 4 years now, 4 years and a half. And I am also incorporated into the protection mechanism of human rights advocates and journalists. Well, Javier was a journalist that in the last year of his life, he worked on the weekly report Rio 12 that was founded in the city in Culiacán 18 years ago, over 18 years ago. And Javier was also a correspondent of the national journal La Jornada, where he worked for over 18 years as well. And well, his journalistic work, in addition to his publications in Rio 12 and La Jornada, and in several national and international media, Javier also turned into a writer in the end. Javier actually published 8 books. Some of them were translated into English. And something that made Javier write these books was because he was falling short. When he published in these journals, he felt like he was falling short, like it was not enough, because these were stories that were the life story of many people. And they didn't have enough space to publish that in a single media. So from there, Javier started to write all of his books. And Javier, he said that he didn't become a journalist, or he was not a journalist who was an expert in drug dealing matters. He was not specialized in drug dealing, but I do believe he was, though. But what he was passionate about and what he liked to do was telling the life stories of people who were affected by violence in Sinaloa and Mexico. So he also mentioned, when he was questioned, he also mentioned how was it like to report, to do journalism in Sinaloa, and he always said that he had to be very, very brave. And we must remember that, because Javier recognized and accepted that he did journalism in fear. We must remember that Sinaloa was the origin of drug dealers who are the leaders of criminal organizations, the most vicious criminal organizations in the history of Mexico in contemporary times. And Javier said that he learned how to do journalism in that context, especially from the government of Felipe Calderón, when there was this huge wave of violence across the country, especially in Sinaloa, with this rupture between members of the Sinaloa cartel and all of these divisions that happened. So they were in the middle of everything. And Javier used to say that, well, I remember at some point that we went to the movies and we ran into this couple that we knew, and she asked him, or she complained actually, because she was wondering why he was writing about violence. Why was he reporting that if Sinaloa had so many beautiful things and so many relevant things that he could be talking about? So, of course, both of us felt really offended because Javier used to say that he could not just be careless about the violence that took place in Sinaloa and not reporting it, not talking about it. So, in some way, Javier, I really believe, I truly do believe that this stigma that we have about journalists that write about these kind of issues, it is very strong. It is a really strong stigma. They don't need to be murdered to feel like if they are killed, it's because of a reason, because they are labeled from the very beginning. These comments, running into someone and say like, I will not sit with you because maybe something will happen to me. So these are things that become so everyday. It's an everyday situation, and we normalize these things. And we don't realize, but only after all of the risks that we face, because we are journalists. I remember once in Rio 12, they had this bomb, and it was in the ground floor. Nothing happened. It was at night during a weekend. Of course, this was just a warning because someone didn't like what we were writing about. And Rio 12 came up because this group of journalists that Javier was in, they migrated from other media because they could not do investigation journalism that they wanted to do. So they came up with Rio 12 by doing this investigation journalism that the rest of the media in Sinaloa was not able to do. This independent journalism, this media where that many people didn't even believe that it could be alive for 6 months even, and now it turned 18 years of age. So they created a different kind of journalism, this journalism that is reporting corruption, and where they are showing so many things. But Javier, it gave Javier the opportunity to actually cover or take care of the victims of violence in Sinaloa. In his stories, Javier was talking a lot about these characters, talking about the violence that they have gone through and how they have been murdered, and their daughters, how have they been murdered, and their wives and husbands, and the mothers who are looking for their disappeared children. And there is this story in the north of Sinaloa of one that is actually in one of his books, where there is this kid, this boy, whose father was disappeared, was made disappear, and the boy believes that disappeared is a place, is a location. The word disappeared. So Javier narrated all of these stories, but well, Javier was assassinated He was murdered because this happened after Joaquin Guzman Loera was arrested, the leader of the Sinaloa cartel. And he was already arrested and he was extradited to the US. And one of these members, Damason Lopez Núñez, was his friend, and the kids of Joaquin Guzman were fighting. Were fighting for this, being the head of the area. And Javier was in the middle of that dispute. Javier was interviewing this guy, Damaso Lopez. And after he was arrested, they published about this huge party that was thrown by the chapitos, that are the kids of Joaquin Guzman Loera. And also Javier published about this story narrating how the kid of Damaso Lopez Núñez, that has the same name actually, he's only Lopez Serrano, he is the Minilik, as they call him. Javier talks about this character, this person, this young man, this junior son of this huge drug dealer, and he describes him as someone who likes showing their life full of vices, because it turns out that this person shares in his social media everything that he drinks, what he wears, the places that he visits, women, money. And Javier talks about that, but he also talks about this lack of experience and capacity of this man to become the leader of this cell, this drug dealing cell. And according to the investigations from the prosecutor's office that is specialized to address crimes against freedom of speech, and investigations that are supported by Propuesta Cívica, that is the organization that represents me actually and has my case in their hands, it was concluded that that was the reason why Javier was murdered. And I was in the hearings that took place last year. It is going to be a year now. And when they sentenced one of the murderers of Javier. And I have no question, after hearing all of these testimonies, after seeing one of these guys who killed him, after listening to the witnesses of other people who also knew how all of this was planned, this crime against Javier, I have no question that it was that guy. And it is a guy, this mini league, that turned himself in weeks later after he killed Javier. He paid 100,000 pesos and a weapon in exchange for the life of Javier. And this guy, weeks later, turned himself in. He traveled to the border of the US and Mexico, and he turned himself in San Diego. In the US, he already had another detention order because of different crimes. It is a guy who has the US authorities in his power. It is a guy who... I remember this recent publication from Rio 12. It talks about this case being sealed. His case being sealed, and I am so upset and I am so hurt that on the one hand, the authorities in Mexico and in the US, they show off and they talk about this international collaboration, this extradition collaboration. On the other hand, they are protecting journalist murderers. Javier did not deserve to be murdered because of his job. Javier, Miroslava, and the rest of them, the rest of colleagues and journalists who were murdered and disappeared, they should be here. They should continue to write. They should be still reporting. There are two questions that are related to all of this that you're mentioning, not only to go deeper. I would like to hear about the avatars in the context of looking for justice, but regarding your work with other family members or the relationship with other journalists, and we have talked about that a little. We are talking about the causes and the contextualization. As Sara Mandiola was mentioning, the need to talk about the attack against freedom of speech. So within that context, I would like to know what's the pattern. Is there a pattern? Is there a desire from a drug dealer? Can we talk about patterns, about the type of work that exposes them and the type of work that leads to be threatened and that leads them to danger according to your experience? Well, I believe that patterns change. It's not the same to do journalism in Tamaulipas or in Veracruz or in Sinaloa, because in Sinaloa, up to some point, Javier felt protected. He felt protected. He knew that he was in this seed place, but there were no other groups, no other criminal organizations that could cause conflict. At least I don't know about any direct threat, because there are no direct threats. In Sinaloa, they just kill you. They don't threaten you. They don't tell you you should leave. They don't call you so you publish whatever they want to have published, as in Tamaulipas. Sinaloa is not a silenced area yet. But in spite of this, you can feel it. You can totally feel it. You know that something is not right. So, based on this work that I have done with families of murdered journalists and disappeared journalists, what we know is that in many cases there were threats, and they were murdered, they disappeared, they were taken from their homes, they were taken from their garages, and when they were driving to their office, for example, or when they were in their offices, they were taken from their offices as well. And well, most of them had these publications, recent publications that had to do with corruption, with reporting corruption, with reports or information regarding public officers, and that would be like the common denominator of that. In that regard, Javier was killed by this mocking of a person in the organized crime. What was the response from the authority in Sinaloa? Well, of course, because of Javier's profile, authorities started to look at that. I remember that the state prosecutor was in the place where Javier was murdered. There were phone calls from Mexico City, from everywhere. So, of course, this pressure, this national pressure, this international pressure, did contribute in some way for the investigatory work to be more agile. At home, for many, many days, I had people from cyber police and scientific police and all of the justice procurement areas. And days later, what happened was what she was mentioning, Lucia, what Lucia was mentioning a minute ago when the president announced the creation of these units in every single state. And up to some point, it has been different, but when you actually look at it, you say like, okay, when they murder a journalist, it doesn't matter if you have a high profile or you are only knowing the city where you work, because the path, the access to justice is, we go through the same obstacles, all of us. Javier, the first person implicated, the first person detained because of Javier's murder happened 11 months later. That's when we had the first arrest because of Javier's murder. This guy was found in Baja California, in Tijuana. And then we found out that a third guy was murdered also on the border. And the third criminal, the third murderer, it took so long for him to be taken to Sinaloa. So we are also talking about this crime being under impunity. I mean, one of the authors is dead, but the intellectual author is in the U.S. and with no possibility of being extradited to Mexico and being taken to the tribunal because of Javier's case. I have no further questions. I don't know if the panel has any more questions. If there is another question from the jury, otherwise we can continue. After lunch, we have to define what are the commitments that we have during the evening. I don't know what we have to do. If there are any questions, I would like to add something else though, please. After murdering Javier and after experiencing the hard processes that we went through, all of us victims, I wondered and I felt really, really bad because I said, like, in the case of Javier, I am not alone. Many organizations, Propuesta Cívica, Journalists Without Borders, CPJ, Artículo 19, journalist women networks, I realized this path is so hard, and I cannot imagine how the rest of the families do it. People who have been going through situations like mine, looking for justice. So I had the opportunity to be an intern of Fondo de Resiliencia, that is an organization against transnational organized crime, and with the support of Journalists Without Borders and the Academia of the Autonomous University of Mexico, we created this instrument with over 150 questions. And this was applied. And for me, it was really hard because every time we applied an instrument, we had to go through it again, and we have to revisit that place. And we applied it to 8 families in Veracruz, Michoacán, Guerrero, and Chihuahua. And well, I tasted what I already knew. Most families, after they murder a journalist, they are forgotten. They are not visible. Because if the government does not care, or if they don't do enough every time they kill a journalist, families are even less important. Families who are now leading these organizations, especially women, these women are sick. They are like frozen in time. They haven't had the attention that the state must give them. They do not receive accompaniment. They do not receive psychological support. They don't go to therapy. They have diabetes. There are boys and girls with disabilities. There are sleep disorders, eating disorders, addiction, and panic attacks. And to that, we can add that many of them were the only suppliers for their family. So when we talk about this work precariousness, it means that journalists, many journalists, did not have any benefits, only the minimal benefits, and not the ones that are required by a journalist. Many families lost their patrimony. Only few families, only few of us have continued forward, and they have stayed in their hometowns. And I think that has hindered them from continuing in their search for justice, but accompanied by someone else. They are on their own. They are afraid. They don't like speaking about what happened that day. They are overwhelmed when they tell you about it. It's just beyond themselves. They do not share this information. They cannot identify any support network for them. They have them. They have those networks, but they cannot identify them. And who is talking about that? About these affectations? No one is talking about that, especially the state, the victims. There is this executive commission for victims assistance that was created to provide support to the families, legal support, judicial support, and mental health accompaniment, medical assistance, and food support, housing support. But the victim is treated, or we are treated, as if we were asking for a favor. I understand that there are no resources. There are no resources that are enough to support the victims, but it is not dignifying for the institutions that we're creating to fulfill this right, this obligation that they have with us. They don't do it, and we are re-victimized. So this is very complex. Families, in the case of all of the people who have disappeared, the people who have a family member that has disappeared, this is a grief that doesn't end. For us, it is complex. This grief is very complex for us with someone who was killed. The people who have been lucky enough to be able to bury our journalist colleagues. Once, the first time that I heard that, I was told that we were lucky because they killed Javier and they left him there. I was so offended. But over time, I have understood that, it was the best thing that could have happened to us, because they didn't take him. He was not tortured. He didn't disappear, as it happens with other journalists. I have one question in that regard, just my end question, my final question. We are demanding this from the state, but Javier also worked for many years for La Jornada, is that correct? Yes, 18 years. When he died, he was working for La Jornada? Yes. La Jornada is one of the journals that didn't echo this initiative of the Tribunal of the Peoples, because we are not within their editorial priorities. What is the response that you have from corporations, or the corporations that have the most capacity or most power, as La Jornada?
Well, I would like to say that in the case of La Jornada, the response for us was very good. Javier, fortunately, he was liked by everyone. He was such a person that you know, he couldn't have any enemies. Nobody disliked him. So he had this very direct relationship with the people at La Jornada. And they gave him some money. And after he was murdered, I knew that in the case of murderings of Miroslava, all the correspondents now have life insurance. So in a way, I believe that I still have a good relation with the reporters and the photographers and the leaders of La Jornada. Not long ago, I was told that, well, in the newsletter, they published the photographs of Miroslava and Javier at the back of the magazine, and at some point they stopped doing that. And I was asked, well, what did I think about that? What was my opinion of their not publishing their photos anymore? And I just said, well, I have nothing to say about that. The situation is different. It was different. It's not the same that most journalists live, because when they work in these big companies, the companies forget them. They completely forget them. Besides the Rio 12 newsletter and our colleagues from La Jornada who are always with me, we don't see other cases of journalists who receive that accompaniment of their leaders, of their bosses. I believe that we are not alone, Javier and me. But I understand that, for example, my colleagues from Rio 12, because they are my colleagues, because we have had so many projects together since the beginning, the very beginning of Rio 12 until now. I see that they have to transform into activists and human rights defenders when their obligation and their responsibility is just doing journalism. But that's what they had. That's what they had to do. And I have been with them, and they have been with me. I cannot say I'm alone, which is why I want to be with them. I want to be with other people as well, to accompany them. I want to have a discussion with these people, with their partners, with their wives, and we shouldn't feel bad about that, because after 5 years we're having so much trouble. Those are difficult troubles, those are difficult problems, and each one of us has a different way of facing that. But we need to demonstrate to the families that they're not alone, that we are there with them, and that if something motivates and supports me is finding a new life project. Thank you very much. We thank you very much. We thank Griselda Triana for her witness. Those were very difficult declaration, very difficult statements. Well, now we will have a break, but before that, there is an important announcement. So please pay attention. As you know, at the end of today's session, we will have an intervention by Vivir Quintana. So I asked their team Vivir Quintana's team to come and explain what they will do. And then finally we'll have lunch. Because we know there's a terrible delay. We know that our rain god is favoring us with his blessing. So, first of all, please let us listen to Vivir Quintana's team for the presentation of this singer who has had the support and who has had the great idea of sharing a song will be about the topics heard during this session. So we want all of you to participate, to be at the end of today's hearing, to share this beautiful experience. Hopefully, this artistic way will be helping us to visualize such terrible problems and fighting for a world free of violence for journalists, as many of our speakers said today. We're talking about courageous people who are showing the reality we're suffering today in Mexico, and unfortunately, they have risked their lives. So we are waiting for them to come and give us the explanation. They will explain that after lunch. So after lunch, after the break, we'll have all the information. Thank you.
Ahorita les avisamos cuando volvamos. Ahorita les avisamos. Vamos a regresar después de la comida. Entonces, sí. Más o menos como en unos, regresaremos después de la comida, como en 40 minutos, ¿será? En 40 minutos entonces, ¿no? Como decíamos, en 40 minutos después de la comida regresamos para cerrar la audiencia.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Si pueden, por favor, entrar a la sala. Si son tan amables de entrar, vamos a retomar la sesión. Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Por favor, si podemos tomar sus asientos, vamos a reiniciar y les van a dar unas instrucciones para un evento que vamos a tener más tarde. Entonces, es importante, por favor, que puedan irse acomodando para que escuchen las instrucciones del evento que es más tarde. Gracias.
Les pedimos que nos vayamos acercando a nuestros lugares. Ya vamos a iniciar nuevamente nuestra audiencia. Nos vamos acercando a nuestros lugares, por favor. Vamos a continuar con nuestra audiencia. Les pedimos que vayan sentándose. Vamos a iniciar para que vayan. Le voy a pedir, por favor, a Laura Borbolla, que pueda, pues ya está aquí, Laura Borbolla, exfiscal.
Former prosecutor of the FIADLE, to share her testimony. Thank you very much, Laura.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to introduce you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for being here with us today. It is a really relevant portion of this session, your participation. So the questions, what we do generally is to give you the floor, and you can describe a little bit your career and your functions as an attorney, as a general attorney, and also the federal prosecutor. And we would just want to make sure that the information that you contribute with is part of the record. So could you please describe as best as you can your career, your role? Thank you. Thank you. Well, I am a lawyer from Querétaro, from the Autonomous University of Querétaro, and in 2004 I was invited to work in this group of lawyers to handle extraditions of international legal assistance and the litigation of amparos in that matter. I was the prosecutor of the Federation in 2004 to 2011 in that area of the General Prosecutor's Office of the Republic. And in 2012, I received the invitation to become the head of the specialized prosecutor's office to investigate crimes against journalists, and the technical name is the specialized prosecutor's office against crimes against freedom of speech. The status that I found this office in, I am the third prosecutor, the second freedom of speech, and the third one, including the first background, that was the prosecutor's office that investigates crimes against journalists. So this office was created because of a provision that was created by the end of the term of President Fox Quesada, and it has this annotation that it was only for journalists. And after that, in 2010, the rapporteur of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, Caterina Botero, and also the rapporteur of the UN in terms of human rights, that I don't recall his name right now, but he was from Ecuador, I remember. They took a visit to analyze the situation of this harm against journalists, and jointly created these conclusions and recommendations to the Mexican state. One of them is to modify the people that this office was targeted to, and to observe the protection of rights, that is the rights to have freedom of speech. As everything else, during the change of administration, this attention was a little bit deviated because of a lack of budget and staffing. And then when I got there in 2012, if you go back there, it is the end of the term of President Calderón Hinojosa. So again, we had the same issue as in the origin. It was an office against the crimes against journalists. So in those years, we addressed the subject with this person that was an agent of the public prosecutor's office that had expertise regarding murders here in Mexico City, that became the specialized prosecutor at a federal level, and he gave me this office. He turned it over to me, Gustavo Salas. He turned over this office to me, and when I received this office, I received it with these loaned facilities, because we were inside another office that is called FEPADE. We were in the floor before last, and we had 8 offices to address the whole issues of this matter at a national level. When we ran the staff assessment, out of these 8 offices, only 2 had some kind of prior studies in terms of human rights matters, and none of them had any speciality regarding freedom of speech. So this specialized office was only specialized because it was called that, but it didn't have the training. The other thing is that even though we documented some of the major crimes, such as the illegal the kidnapping and murders of some journalists in the country, we did not have the specific or full jurisdiction at a federal authority level. And I know that many of you are not from Mexico, so I will explain this a little bit further. The Mexican Republic has 31 states and a federal district. Back then, now it is Mexico City, but it's 32 states and the federal district. And the federation works as if it was this state number 33 that covers the whole country, but the powers in regards to the crimes that were committed and that are still committed harming journalists are of the common jurisdiction, so they have to be investigated by the states, by each one of the states. So when we analyzed the team that I was working with, one of the main issues was that we didn't have an actual jurisdiction or power, and it was canned in the Senate. This constitutional reform. So part of the challenges, and I can say that when I arrived to the office in February of 2012, is that we found all of this. This office with agents of the public attorney's office, few of them, because if it is 32 states for 8 offices, only in the state of Veracruz, I remember that there was a time where every week there was an attack against journalists, and most of them represented the death of many of them, plus what we already had regarding what was lagging already. So it was not enough, this staffing. It was not specialized. It was not staff that was specialized. And we didn't have full power in order to investigate in an autonomous manner as the office that we were. So I can say that in FEADE, when I was there in FEADE, when I actually ended my commission in July 2015. It was a before and after of G73. We had this reform, this constitutional reform about Article 73. And talking to many people, many friends that were really, really close friends of mine, just as Michael Conrad, rest his soul, that was here in Mexico, Mary Clara Costa, that was the president and director of Freedom House Mexico, with Malvina, that is still there in Journalists Without Borders, some journalists, editors. We generated this proposal of the constitutional reform in order to push it. And when we generated this power of attraction, the office could have this proper jurisdiction. And this power of attraction was nothing else but, well, it is true that these crimes against journalists, most of them are in ordinary courts. The federal authority could have the power to attract these crimes by complying with several legal requirements. This was pushed, and we created this strategic group that is called G73, because back then you must remember that in Mexico we refused G20, so we will be G73 because we are going to reform Article 73 in the Constitution. So before the G73, there were many things that were an issue, and after G73, then we started to change relevant things, especially having this jurisdiction in order to attract the investigations from the beginning. And before and after G73, we created this group, and part of my diagnosis as a prosecutor was to realize that the authority does not have enough resources, so in an independent manner, they could perform all of their duties and attend all of the challenges that we had. So I am telling you that there was not trained staff, and the staff was trained by Artículo 19, CPJ, Freedom House, and we started to have this really different logic. We had differentiated assistance because it was not just the regular prosecutor offices as happens in all the offices. Back then it was a general prosecutor's office of the country where we belonged, and they could belong to any other kind of agency that investigated federal crimes. So we started to do this specialization, and we started to work with international cooperation and supporting several embassies, either directly or through several civil associations. So we started to nourish or feeding the need to have protocols that we didn't have before, protocols to act, to call for action that implied the assistance, rescue, and investigation. And this allowed us to generate a different work dynamics after the constitutional reform, because we managed to get it in record time. That's why I'm saying that there is a before and after G73, and also this included this G73. It had or represented the obligation to cascade all of the legal concepts onto a process code or the code or the penal code for the federation, and we left it there for the following legislature. But we were still working with G73, and in the following legislature we managed to publish this reform in the code, because right now we have a national code for criminal procedures, but regarding this attraction of investigations under the power of this office, that was maintained and it was respected, and that also happened with the prior legislature through the Federal Code of Criminal Proceedings. So it was very clear how we had to work and investigate and how to attract these investigations that implied this harm against journalists. I must say that this also generated this dramatic change, because instead of working with files in copies, we worked with the original files. And the issue here is that in many cases, this resistance from the authorities, local authorities, was maintained to hand over this full file for many reasons. And I can tell you that, for example, a constant challenge that we had was always this, that the local authorities feel supervised, or they feel that the federal authority is going to generate this series of implications, especially political implications, if we attracted the investigations to our office. So sometimes we had this resistance in order to work with the proper coordination, because I think that has always been one of the big challenges of FEADLE, and it still is, with the difference that when I was the head of that office, what happens now is that I was interested in investigating firsthand, and what happens now is that you have to say, I am collaborating with the local authority, so I will leave this local authority all of the information and I will collaborate only. And in my case, I wanted the whole information, and if I need more information, I will go get it. So this dynamic, this vision, this logic is different, because at least back then, and I believe this is maintained, and I saw some familiar faces of people that do this investigation journalism, and you know way more about that than I do. But back then, that was the last year, I believe, of the term of Calderón, and the first 3 years or 2 years of the term of Enrique Peña Nieto. The dynamics of this harm against journalists had to do with three axes. What was the consistent axis there? This harm to journalists, regardless of them receiving threats, for example, that could be the minor crime or the least aggressive of crimes, all the way through theft and damage and illegal deprivation of freedom and kidnapping and murder, of course, all the way to murder, from the lower to the from the lower to the greater degree of a crime. This power of attraction allowed us to generate that for the federation to know, at least to know these crimes that were treated in ordinary courts based on the logic of deprivation of freedom of speech, which we always mention, because the person, even though, as they said in some states, and even though it was their hobby, even though they were a taxi driver, for example, it is so poorly paid that they have to work 2 or 3 jobs, but it's not a hobby. I mean, we cannot interpret it as a hobby. So we did this whole argument, created this whole argument to attract the investigations to our office. And when we were grouping these blocks of investigations, we saw these matching elements, these 3 matching elements. It always had to do with either one of these crimes behind organized crime. Most of journalists that back then had some kind of harm against them were related to articles or journalistic activities of news or assistance to victims that is translated into these relevant news, and I don't know, sports and stuff like that. But it was not like that was in a minimal percentage. The second one was because this harm were concealed but direct by some authority in the 3 levels of the government, but always with a greater incidence when the aggressors of the journalists were the municipal authorities, state authorities, and federal authorities, the three powers of the government, in really different ratios. Most aggressions came from municipal police officers, then state ones, and then federal ones. But it did happen. And it was direct. I mean, the police officer that removed the instrument, like the camera, and the police officer that arrived, that sometimes could hit someone. It was very direct. We actually knew what authority had committed this crime against the journalist. And the third block was the most complicated one, I believe, because that's when both first ones were associated. And this happened especially on the border and in the state of Veracruz. And the author, the mastermind was the state, especially a state authority, but the executor of this action was someone related to organized crime. I mean, they were not doing them themselves, these masterminds. The cases that we had with those characteristics were the ones that always risked our staff, but we managed to increase this information. When I left this office, I delivered this, or I handed over this office with a higher proportion of cases. Back then, for me, Veracruz was a pain for me, because every single week someone was disappearing or someone was being murdered, a journalist, I mean. And back then, I'm talking about 2012, all the way to 2014, more or less. And many things happened to us. It happened to my staff, I was in charge of them, my team. And the thing about being a federal authority, and that places the investigations in a positive way, but also with several negative matters. Why was it positive? Because we were not a flawed authority for locally or on a federal level, which was kind of complicated when the very colleagues that represent the PGR and all of the people who were on the field, as they were living with the authorities of the states, they were more local than federal. So you arrived from downtown, from Mexico City, you didn't know anything, and you didn't know what you were stepping on. And what toes you were stepping on. And it happened that, for example, in Tuxpan, Veracruz, only because I guess we were very lucky, because that's the thing. You have to be very lucky. And these prosecutors, we were talking about more than 10 years ago. I was very young. I was a really young prosecutor, and my staff was even younger than I was, most of them. So they were really young. That's why I call them the guys, because they came up and down and they were so energized, which was very positive. But they got hungry. They got hungry.
So the public prosecutors and the policemen who were there were using different methods, because we were working the investigation police with the expert witnesses and with the public prosecutor's office. And yes, we had these investigation cells. Now it works like that because the methodology has changed. There's a new procedure. But I'm telling you, we were implementing that when this wasn't the normal way of doing things. So we arrived from Mexico City, from the center of the country, and I was telling you, it's pay-per-event. And I was telling them, well, this happened in Sonora. So a cell went from Mexico City to Sonora to check that in Sonora. The whole cell, the whole team of photographer, expert witness, and so forth, according to the different needs. We were requesting the people from the federation and so forth, so that they could join the investigation. In such a way that we conformed this interdisciplinary team to attend case by case wherever it happened. So what happened in Tuxpan, Veracruz, they were declaring, they were working on the threats to the media and several journalists. They arrive at the hotel, and at the street there is a convenience store. They went there, and when they were getting back, they saw that there were a lot of people running, and the receptionist at the hotel had been killed. So they asked what happened. And the other receptionist tells them they were asking about you. That's the problem with carrying the badge of the police. What we are doing is just we're trying to investigate, but we don't know what will be the reaction or what are the interests. So those teams were at risk. But we preferred to do so because we had other difficult experiences before with members of the public prosecutors, the PGR, because we didn't know if there was any whistleblower or anything. It's so bad we have such little time, but I can tell you that nowadays, we're very courageous. Back then, we were very passionate. Well, I'm a very passionate person. I always have had this commitment to help freedom of speech. I believe this is so basic, so essential, because it's so necessary in developed countries. These are values that we need to take care of. But we were in many situations of risk. Yeah, slower? Should I slow down? Sorry? Okay, I'm gonna try. I know I'm not very good at this. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to try. So, in all the states of the country, we had issues, mainly back then, because sometimes I think that Patty from Chihuahua was there. That happened in Chihuahua. We were able to clarify the homicide of a man named El Choco. So these investigations were very challenging. We had to investigate what was happening in real time, plus the rescue. And I know it sounds so bad, but we had to review those files that were dead letter, to check those files of these journalists who were murdered, such as the case of El Choco. In some cases, we were able to do so, such as this one. We had the support of the Embassy of the United States. I personally was there. I bear witness. We found the intellectual author who confessed. And at some point, we know that the Juárez newspaper, which is the most popular newspaper in Ciudad Juárez, is a very serious newspaper. This person who was declaring had to leave his position as a police officer to a drug cartel officer. Let us say that this is the flow chart, the organizational chart of the state police. Let us pretend this phone is that. And just like that, there was, as a mirror, there was an organizational chart of the drug dealers. Because even the nicknames were important. We noticed that because of the nicknames. He was called El 10, the 10th, because he had the 10th radio number 10. So that's like the policeman. You realize that they used the very same organizational structure of the police with the drug cartels. The same happened with Los Zetas. They had to change their names, the judicial police, because there was a commander who was called the Z, El Zeta. And when the commander adopted that name, well, we had to disappear the Z from the ranks and positions of the police, of the federal judiciary police. The same happened in Chihuahua. So carrying out those on-site investigations entailed many challenges because we were working from the center of the country. We had to come and go, and we lost a lot of time. Oftentimes we had to lose the dynamics of the closeness, the approach with the colleagues, with the victims, because we had to come, we had to go. I had to be in many places to establish those links of commitment with the victims. Sometimes they saw that these public officers were so young that they couldn't be professionals. But I believe that this doesn't happen anymore. Nowadays, the challenges of FIADLE are very different from the challenges I had to face when I was the prosecutor. Particularly with the commitment I have for accountability, we try to make a report every month to establish all the data, all the numbers, the real numbers of the crimes we encountered, that we attracted, which were because of journalism and those that were not, with the aim of saying, well, this wasn't because of journalism, but we have investigated why it was. So that was what investigating a crime against freedom of speech entailed. If not because of journalism, you have to clarify, you have to investigate, you have to prove what's happening, and then finding what's the actual mobile. That happened with a journalist in Oaxaca, but the colleagues from the media and the family were satisfied to know that Alberto was not murdered because of his journalist work. I'm going to interrupt you, doctor. I believe that at least we have the opportunity to clarify with you some of the questions that have arisen throughout the day with regard to the malfunction of the prosecutor's office. And I wanted to ask, from the point of view of the constitution, of the creation of this prosecutor, we suppose that this happened because of a reason. So, what was the personal reason? What were the strengths of your prosecutor's office? We want to understand more. Well, when I received the prosecutor's office in 2012, we have to hand over the everything, and part of that was the budget, and the budget was 3 million pesos per year. So I was saying, well, maybe there's an annex or an appendix or anything, and no, there was nothing. For everything we had to do, we had 3 million pesos. 3 million pesos in dollars is like nothing. Yeah, for those of us who are trying to convert in your minds, it's like, I don't know, $6,000. I don't know. It's nothing. It's nothing. Yeah. It's ridiculous. So what happens? I had to go to the Congress. I had to talk with the deputies, and they were very open. And let's say this was the good part of having this solidarity with the civil society and with the academics and people from the media and so forth, because at the end of the day, I was telling them, I'm telling you, I swear. I don't know what happened, but at the end of the day, in Veracruz, I had to start the investigation with Regina Martinez. And 2 weeks later, the Uber investigation with very complex situations. And up to the situation of Gregorio. And the trend was, at the beginning, if I'm telling you that I began on the 28th with Regina, and I ended in July 2015, during that time, there were so many cases that ended in murder of journalists. Taking how we operate into account, which entailed moving at least 5 people per cell, per investigation cell, and the minimal commission was 5 days, with the travel expenses and so forth, 3 million pesos was nothing. Not even 3 months. It was not enough for 3 months. And of course, especially not in that dynamic, because Veracruz is very big. There was a lot of activity from the north, from Pánuco, and the cities of Poza Rica, and Jalapa, the cities of Veracruz, and the cities of Coatzacoalcos. The whole state had problems, but that was just Veracruz. And I had to attend whatever was happening in Tamaulipas, what happened in Coahuila, with the El Siglo de Torreón newspaper. I actually, my memory is not that good anymore, but we had a lot of problems in Nuevo Laredo, with several media in Sonora, in Sinaloa, in Mazatlan, with the Noroeste newspaper. In Chiapas, we had problems in Oaxaca, in Guerrero. Well, you understand, you get the idea, no? I didn't have enough. 3 million pesos was not enough. And in the end, we had 40 million pesos from 2013 budget. From then, I don't know if it has increased. I think it has decreased since then, because we stopped having this vision that we had to attract. Yeah, that was the point, Madame. When you were just creating that prosecutor, and you were struggling to get the constitutional reform of Article 73. What were the resistance you found? What was it a faculty and not an obligation? I don't know if you had to consider the two options. Were you able to fight for this? I believe that the deputies, the Congress, still don't want to do that. The powers of attraction meant that all of these crimes are considered ordinary in the criminal codes of the states. For it to be a federal crime, it has to be considered as such in the penal code. But this is not the case. Why? Because up to today, we haven't had a crime that harms freedom of speech in a broad sense. Let me just try to explain that a bit further. Back then, there were 3 specialized prosecutors. The specialized prosecutor on electoral crimes, that is to say, there is a series of conducts that have to do with electoral courts. Today there are more. We have a specialized prosecutor for corruption, but there is a crime which is corruption. There is a relationship between the unlawful act of corruption and there is a law, a federal law prohibiting that. Back then we had, and we still have, the specialized prosecutor on crimes against women and trafficking in persons. And that exists as a crime. Trafficking in persons is a crime according to the law. But I was the only prosecutor who hadn't a crime. My scope of area was freedom of speech. So I had to attract those. All of those who exert freedom of speech, who are aggravated, have certain conditions that have to do with the exercise of their freedom of speech, which was the matter that my prosecutor's office protected. So this will help us to understand it. So with regard to these minimal requirements, was it necessary to prove that there was an attack on freedom of speech? No, not really. According to the Criminal Procedure Code, and that was part of our discussions with the G73 and the legislators, mainly the senators, who were the ones who helped us have this initiative, this reform on the Constitution. This began in the higher chamber, the Senate, and ended in the Chamber of Deputies, the lower chamber. So at some point, they wanted to put this requirement that, and I told them, no, we can't have that. We cannot have a direct line. Sometimes it was very obvious, but sometimes it wasn't. That's a matter of the investigation. If whatever happened to that person is because of freedom of expression, they wanted that to be a requirement. But in the end, it wasn't not entirely like that. They saw what were the conditions, what the conditions were, and in the end, that's part of the matter of the investigation, establishing that what happened was because of exerting freedom of expression. And those are like technicalities, but there are several explanations. We have the international organizations' arguments and so forth, in most of cases, anyway, back then. This happened. So it's a link as prosecutor, and in terms of the interpretation of law, I had to interpret law in a sense that allowed me to attract those cases. There were just a few cases that didn't allow us to argument the need for attraction. And is there any effort nowadays of trying to reform the penal code? No, I don't think so. I don't want to badmouth anybody because that wouldn't be right. But I believe that the greatest problem we have with the general prosecutor, I'm not talking about the FIATLE, but the general prosecutor of Mexico and all the topics related to that entail investigation, federal investigations, they're not doing their job. I believe that they are not doing that exhaustively, correctly. So, least of all, will they have this dynamic of, well, start a constitutional reform to change the procedures, a substantive reform. I think that it has to do with who's in charge. But as a prosecutor, since you understand the institutions from within, would you be able to tell us what are the causes of having this backwardness? I believe it has to do with the view, this work. I don't know how to say that, but our approach with regard to civil society, I believe that us as authorities, we cannot stand alone when this phenomenon is not known by us. I was telling everybody, and Marcela is here. I told that to Sergio Aguayo, and I told that to Anabel and to the organizations who were with me. I know how to be a public prosecutor. I know what investigating crimes entail, but I don't know anything. Well, that was in 2012. I don't know anything about freedom of expression. Those who know about this and what are its protocols is you. You are the ones who are going to teach me that. I was learning. I had to learn from my users. We had to do a lot of things. I don't know if this still happens, but the thing is, those attention and immediate action cells that allow us to have Stefania and her son who had to flee Saltillo. Marcela is nodding. Marcela is nodding because she knows. She knows. Rescuing them implied using this mechanism, which was new, completely new. And we had to approach the journalist organizations, having this relation with CIRT organization, those the journalists from TV and so forth, to train them as much as possible. Michael Connor was there. He was able to help us a lot. I don't know if he's still there, but that was on FIADLE's website because we had to make everything transparent. From the PGR, which is now called FIGR, the Public Prosecutor's Office, we had this. We had these trainings on what to do in case of emergency, because risk prevention entailed also how to assess risk. And we did so in a very basic, very essential way, so it was pretty understandable. I wouldn't have been able to give results, the results that were delivered to clarify the murders. For example, El Choco in 2008, I think. Am I right? Yeah. But with regard to Regina, that was so difficult for Jorge Carrasco and me. It was so difficult with the prosecutors of Veracruz and with the government of Veracruz and all the authorities. They were hiding the evidence, and we never had access to that. But we had to go search, go find. We had to attract the investigation put all the tools at our disposal. There are many tools, well, at least more than the ones that the states have. Nowadays, I'm a local authority in Mexico City, and yes, local authorities, we always have other problems, other deficiencies. But back then, we tried at least to provide that accompaniment and tools to the state authorities to attract the investigation. But what happened? I was telling you, you can see that the file has been tampered with. There's something missing here. Maybe what's missing is the very essence of the investigation. Or maybe not, we cannot know. But let's suppose this is the case. Nowadays, the prosecutor is not as close to the victims. I don't know. I don't know what's happening now. I happen to corroborate that in the case of Javier Valdez, because when I heard of that, it was very, very difficult for me. I was at Michael Connor's place back then. And when I knew that he was dead, I had a lot of follow-up on that. And what the prosecutor said was, you investigate the local authorities, and I will just give you some support, if you want to. And the day the sentence came, he says, that comes from me. But that's not true. We don't know. It was the local authorities who were there. The same happened with Miroslav's case. That is it. We're not investigating that here. The authority in Mexico City says they are giving support to them. I actually don't know why they are doing that, because the law is the very same as I had when I was working back then. That's reality. Last question. At any point during your position as a federal prosecutor, did you have any problem from the general public prosecutor? Were you independent? I think that with all the prosecutors I had to deal with, that's a great problem. I believe that the sub-prosecutor is a little new. I had a lot of bosses. I had like 5. And the only thing I had to do is just telling them, well, this is what I do. I was accountable. And whatever they told me not to do, I didn't. And they never did tell me not to do something. I believe that they trusted me. But it's been a constant trend. I have never ceased working on that topic. I have always been an investigator. I love what I do. Those who know me know that I'm very passionate. But in spite of having that many bosses and many changes in the authorities, the prosecutor who nominated me, the one who ratified me, the brief period when I was working with prosecutor Arely Gomez, and I actually knew that... I'm sorry for the interruption. There is an emergency. If anyone, please can remove a car.
Por favor, urge que quiten ese auto. RAT 938C. Por favor, las placas RAT 938C es un Mini Cooper negro, por favor. RAT 938C, Mini Cooper negro, porque tiene una emergencia de salir. Si la pueden quitar el auto, se los agradeceríamos muchísimo. Perdón.
Sorry. So I knew that it was quite likely because we had this construction of the reform to the proceedings code, and I had to move from there in order to open the space, not because of a deficiency, but because there was something that generated a conflict of interest for me, and that was Let me just remember. I don't remember if it was. Well, I had this issue with Humberto Paget and Inaloe over there, and I don't remember if it was Sin embargo or another one. It was before that. Another media in 2015, where, of course, well, there was this situation that had to do with Televisa, and the prosecutor was the sister of Televisa's president. So what was said that maybe we could have like this refresh and I could be the consultant of the under prosecutor. And that's what I did. But it's not like don't do it or anything, but it was like let's handle things from a different perspective, politically speaking, so it doesn't generate any evidence of this potential conflict of interest. That in the end, it was not the situation, but they never said like don't do this or do less or do more. Honestly, I always had this technical legal freedom. I don't have any further questions. I don't know if you have any other question from the panel. Eduardo? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, prosecutor, for your testimony. You are a lawyer and you are a prosecutor, and I believe that you can understand the relevance of your testimony, the relevance of what you have said before this tribunal. And that takes me to this conclusion that will be the subject of my question towards you at the end of this brief introduction. I will divide this into two. First, the acts by the federal state, and then the states. Considering that what we are assessing here is the responsibility of the state and the impunity in crimes against journalists. So let's begin with the states. You said that you were not a flawed authority in the states. Flawed meaning that there are issues. And you confirmed this later. You said that there were some issues when you went to the states. You told us about the situations, and you said we always had situations. And then you finished this story saying that they hid information from you. So picture you being a prosecutor, they were hiding information from you. So picture everybody else. The problem in the States was not investigated or not having the resources to investigate. So now let's look at the federal level, where you worked as the federal prosecutor of the special prosecutor's office. So you told us that the prosecutor's office had a lack of resources, that you had to go and fight for these resources. And you told us that you had to have the support from embassies and civil society in order to put together this office. And you even talked about the support from an embassy, that is the U.S. Embassy. And you also told us that there was no attention for the investigations. And you understand that the budget is still a really, really low, ridiculous budget. So I will ask you, and please be brief, just say yes or no. Do you believe that the federal state and the states of the republic have not exercised the proper public policy actions for the protection of journalists during the investigation of crimes? Yes or no? For this tribunal or for my colleagues? Thank you. The ones we have are insufficient.
There are other questions by the judges who are still waiting, and is now more than midnight or early in the morning. I don't know whether Gil has any question or Maro.
Doctora, ¿cómo es su inglés? No necesito traducirle, ¿verdad? Prefiero que sí. ¿Sí? Porque casi no sé.
Remedies and the decision of federals, for example, for instance, the decision to dismiss a case or not to exercise jurisdiction regarding the investigation of the murders of journalists. And second question is, did federal adopt protocols, directives, or specific strategy for its investigations?
Okay, so I will translate it really quickly, or should we wait for the next question? I only understood that I have to clear out if the protocols exist. Yes, the first question is about the victims and the capacity of action that you have in order to intervene. And the second one would be a protocol, a specific protocol for the investigation and action taken. Well, for the first question, I would say yes or no. I cannot answer directly because there has been these public policies, but they are not enough. And I think that sufficiency and appropriateness of public policy entail a lot of problems locally and federally. But what's also true is that the state has made big efforts, not enough to solve the problem, because if they were enough and appropriate, we wouldn't be here today. But that does not mean that there are no efforts. I was one of the pushers of the mechanism for protection of human rights advocates and journalists, and I sat down on round tables to talk to organizations and the journalists in order to work in the implementation and creation of these protocols of investigation and assistance and rescue in case it is necessary, and in case of the victims. I must say that regarding the interpretation of law, because we're talking about the traditional system, at the time where I was a prosecutor, right now the process is a little bit more flexible, that allowed for the colleagues in the media, for the organizations such as Artículo 19 or CPJ, to accompany these cases and to go through all of the files and for them to have direct access, which was something, actually a colleague of mine a while ago wanted to link him to a process which didn't happen because they said that in this case there was this leak of information when the leak of information was actually to the media and to the offended journalists. So the assistance protocol for victims, there are several of them. There is a general act for victims assistance that has to be followed by all authorities, that back then was just incipient efforts, and now the system is more consolidated. But again, these are efforts, but they have not been enough, and they have not been determining in order to conclude or close these gaps in regards to the crimes against freedom of speech, because they are multifactorial. Because in the end, we are talking about municipal police officers and state and federal officers, but we are also talking about this protection mechanism where sometimes the measures are not enough, where the state or the institutions will always have these restrictions because of budget. We would love for our resources to be infinite, but it is finite. And with what we have to provide the best results and see how, and that is public policy talk regarding the public administration and justice administration. I was in the procurement of justice area to see where we can generate those efforts, and that's why we generated this public policy to always boost the prevention of crimes, because it's way cheaper to prevent than to fight. And the way to prevent these crimes against journalists back then, that actually managed to make out my colleagues attentive, and also the associations which we were also training, because in the end the intervention had to come on the first place with the local authority and then go to the scene. if somebody died, who will arrive first? The local police officers, and then the prosecutor of this state. We wouldn't take the body. All of this prior work is done by the local authorities, so we had to train them first. So then we will lose the least number, the lower number of evidence that we could. So in the federation back then, we created this series of actions in order to also train our peers. There was this awareness within some states of creating local authorities that were specialized in the assistance of human rights advocates and journalists. It has not been enough, of course, but I do believe that it is like starting to change things, to change the reality of what is going on. The problem is that, of course, it takes time, and it is expensive as well. So sometimes you have to make some decisions, and I don't know if currently one of these has to do with reducing the budget or not to the FEADLE, or the very mechanism. But those are the efforts that have been made. I wanted to ask, you arrived in 2012, and the murder of Milo Vela had already happened, so you had the worst cases in Veracruz. You're saying that you dusted all of these investigations. I don't know if you went to the investigation of Milo Vela, but in general, what was the modus operandi, and what was the participation of the state government or the federal government in those crimes in Veracruz? I was working on the case of Miguel López Vela, if I recall correctly back then. That was done by Balbina of Journalists Without Borders, and I had communication with his daughter, and we also worked with her brother and some uncles and aunts, without having it very clear how it happened. There were enough signs that there was an intention of a tactical group with a certain execution technique, like police officers, or some kind of training with these characteristics. I cannot know if it was the police or the army, because there was this footprint on one of the walls. It was they lost some kind of sole plastic, and this plastic belongs to this tactical shoe. And what was the practice, and I'm sure that you will remember this really regrettable event, this bridge and many people hanging from the bridge, these corpses actually hanged from the bridge. And the context that we reported back then, what was going on in these places, Veracruz, Boca del Rio, was that they were fighting for the territory, these organized crime groups. And many of the municipal authorities were incorporated because there were former police officers, and they were incorporating to these murderer groups that were fighting for the control of this area. It was Zetas versus the Jalisco Nueva Generación cartel that were back then named Matazetas. And the suspicion that they had over there was that one person that was in the chain of command of the police in this group that was formed by several special forces that was called Fuerza Veracruz or something like that. It was this kind of metropolitan police corps that covered 3 or 4 municipalities, and instead of being municipal police officers, they created a single force of operation, and a former command of this police force migrated to work in one of these groups. And just as I was explaining to you, this Chihuahua case that was exposed back then by El Choco, he was exposed in a concealed manner by Miguel. And that had to do with this matter. But we never managed to have this proper evidence in order to identify specifically the accusation against this person. And we followed up on this for so long and through several acts of investigation. We knew that they moved from Veracruz to Jalisco. And during this shooting back then, where Jalisco and Michoacan were fighting, he died, and we couldn't continue investigating. We didn't have that certainty that it was that person. And it was like the strongest line of investigation that we had back then. But, well, yeah, that was one of the cases that we worked on. It was these police officers working together, municipal ones and Fuerza Veracruz and all of that. And indirectly, that's where I say, like, that it's that third group that is the hardest to handle an investigation, because you don't know if it is police officers or thieves, because you don't know who they're working for, because information comes and goes and it is used against the very investigation. Or to say it another way, they know the mechanisms and protocols of investigation and they know how to turn it around because they know the information from the inside. And there were a lot of flaws. They were always trying to make it appear like nothing happened, like everything was in order and everything was calm. But I know that context that I'm mentioning, because there was a meeting of prosecutors before hanging those corpses on that bridge, and you had to go through there when you arrived from the airport. So the messages were very clear. So those were the things that were also implemented back then in the investigations. We ran this context analysis to allow us to see, in general, the information that we had, crossing it with other instances, with other entities like the PGR, so they can tell us what was there, as I was saying a minute ago, because you arrive there and you don't know what toes you're stepping on. So in Veracruz, for us, the environment was really hostile. The secretary of the prosecutor, or one of the prosecutors that we had to work with because of investigations, you have to be very careful, because on the road, sometimes it is very dangerous and everybody can run into an accident. And I was like, what are they talking about? How should I take that? Is that a recommendation or what? So that was their style. So it was very hostile, because you didn't know if they were actually warning you, or if they were threatening you. And I never stopped going, but Veracruz, for me, everyone was very hostile. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for participating and for being a part of this panel. Thank you very much.
Very competent person, and that you got things going in a wonderful way. But something has happened. The optimism that you probably had, and to some extent you have demonstrated, seems to have disappeared. I'm having trouble reconciling your understanding of the trajectory of the special office with the testimony we've heard before lunch, particularly from Annabelle Hernandez and Sarah Mendiola. Both of whom had great problems with what is happening there, lack of investigations, lack of adequate investigations, the lack of care about evidence and so forth. And I'm wondering, at one point you said that today there are different challenges And perhaps those explain why there still is impunity and a lack of effective investigation. I wonder, could you very quickly indicate what those challenges or problems are that has led us to this very bad and even worse situation than that which you faced originally back in 2012?
So if I understand correctly, the question is that he heard about the testimonies that of the challenges that you have faced, and also Sara Mendiola and Lucia. They have mentioned the mechanisms and the institutions. He's asking if you can, and I think it is clear that you were back then working, and if you could maybe elaborate or reflect about what were the challenges for this impunity to be so rampant and so persistent today in an institution that still lasts and that had these beginnings. What are the causes according to your knowledge and experience? I think that on the one hand, we stopped working directly with the collaboration, which is what I was saying. There was this collaboration from the government and of the US, but always within the legal framework. We had international cooperation. I think that it is this matter about how to generate collaboration from the academia that will allow you to update your knowledge and maybe analyze everything through different lenses. And knowing that you're sitting down over this or on this bench that entails having many causes. The problem has a lot of causes, it's multifactorial, so you need to collaborate with the civil society, with non-governmental associations, and also with other entities from other latitudes that have other experiences, because doing things the same way will not generate a different result. But if you learn, you have to be humble enough to say, like, I don't know everything and I cannot do everything on my own. And that's what I believe the prosecutor should do right now. But that's from top to bottom. So the prosecutor's office right now is really broken down. I heard this prosecutor say, I am tired, and he made us work so hard, and he was tired, and he was still working on everything. And right now I do not see a prosecutor doing things like this. They don't say that they are tired or not, but they just don't do anything. It's like we don't have a general attorney. And it would seem like we don't have any prosecutors for this matter. And a change of perspective. Back then, we had more jurisdiction and less collaboration, and now the metrics have been turned around. Now we have more collaboration from the federation, and we have less jurisdiction. I believe that there has been a lot of turnover of staff. Back then, we trained the staff, and they were specialized, and now with the new administration, we lost all of those efforts. And that makes us start from scratch constantly, because we have this turnover of staff. So that makes us miss all of the efforts, either in the office or in the protection mechanism for advocates and journalists. And being an adjuvant. As lawyers, and especially working on these matters, it is always hard. I mean, I know that in my profile as an attorney, speaking openly and with transparency, that is not constant. But I do believe that we must have these adjuvants that is proactive in investigation files. And I think we don't have that today. And this contribution is with the families, with the victims, both direct and indirect victims, the organizations, and also the media, or our colleagues in the field that allow you to approach other elements that are not that handy to you, that is part of the contribution to an investigation. And of course, we need more protection. That is, the mechanisms and protection mechanisms that are established by the proceedings from certain matters. I believe, I will say something that maybe is politically incorrect. In the protection mechanism, we have never had all of the people that should be there, and we are protecting people who should not be protected sometimes. And the measures that are taken then are not enough for the people who are actually at risk that are not there. So there is this lack of balance because the mechanism has also had this logic that are kind of client-based, and that is key, and it happens. And I saw how to certain people, if a counselor approached them, they were given these unnecessary measures of protection. And if someone got there that didn't know anyone, they just gave him a panic button and took them back home. So it is an issue. We need more and better protection. We need other measures. And I believe, especially in specialization, and a big challenge today, in order to have more jurisdiction and less collaboration, that has to do with many factors. I believe that we have never had the criminal type, and there will not be specialized judges in federal terms. And those issues, we have them in many matters, like freedom of speech and violations to human rights and gender perspective. We need the specialization of the procurement of justice, but also the execution thereof. So I believe that those are the big challenges and the new dynamics that a prosecutor is facing right now regarding freedom of speech and what we are trying to solve. I believe that we have internal issues also regarding reorganization and restructure of something that was the prosecutor's office, and now it's the attorney general's office, and now we have many roles that are not defined, and efforts have been lost regarding police officers that were trained and prosecutors who were trained before, and that is the internal issues that we have in the agencies. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we have to finish this part. Thank you very much to Laura Borgoya, former prosecutor, for her testimony. We will continue with the interventions. We ask Patricia Mayorga to take the floor. She's a journalist from Chihuahua, from the state of Chihuahua. Hello, good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the delay. I know it's very late, but this testimony was really important. Well, just to structure a bit of your intervention, well, we are focusing, I always forget about that. We need to have an overview of what has happened and what has happened to journalists in different parts of Mexico. So in that sense, please share with us some of your experience with regard to the attacks against your colleagues in Chihuahua. In your own words, could you please describe that? And also a topic that can be delved into with regard. And I think it's very important. Hopefully we will have enough time to talk about this, but the measures and the impact that this violence, this suffocation has had on your profession. We're talking about self-censorship and how this is changing your dynamics, how you self-regulate as a consequence of what you have suffered. So go ahead, please. You have your time, and if necessary, I will ask some questions. Well, thank you very much to the Tribunal, to all my colleagues. I will be trying to base my intervention on your structure, and I will talk about myself so that you understand what has happened. And of course, I will talk about Miroslava Bridge. Well, I'm Patricia Mayorga Ordóñez. I'm a journalist from the state of Chihuahua in the north of Mexico. I lived in a state with a long history of drug dealing activities at the border and in the Sierra, where there are 4 ethnic groups which have been hard hit by violence and half-blooded community with a government abandonment history. For more than 20 years, I have covered violations in different media. I have collaborated with Proceso. Could you please slow down? Yeah, they're going to hate us because of this. Yes. Okay. Okay. I collaborate with other media. I'm a coordinator. I'm the current coordinator of the freedom of speech area and the network, which is called De Pie. Since 2005, I have been part of several organizations and networks with the aim of boosting our capacity to learn to protect ourselves. In 2012, we established Journalists in Chihuahua Network with our colleagues from De Pie Journalist Organization and the Ciudad Juárez Journalism Organization. Nowadays, this network doesn't exist anymore, but a group of colleagues have created this independent medium, which is called Word in Raramuri language, because we want to talk about invisibilized questions and issues such as enforced disappearance, forced displacement, and the consequences of extractivism in the Sierra Tarahumara. On May 2017, I had to flee the country. I was exiled for 3 years as a consequence of the assassination of Miroslava Bridge, who was a correspondent for La Jornada and who also worked for El Norte de Juárez. I came back in March 2020, which coincided with the lockdown due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And after some time in Mexico City, the pandemic allowed me to return to Chihuahua. So I will now talk about the risks I have incurred. One of the main problems that we have lived and that I have lived very strongly in the past 3 state governments is the lack of regulation of official announcements. We have seen thousands and hundreds of thousands of pesos to suffocate the media. In the past government, which was 2016 to 2021, those resources were decreased, but they still allocate a lot of money in a discretionary way. So this way of using official publicity as a means of exchange has produced a lot of frustration. We have a very particular difference between those who exert this profession and those who work for the government. And this has produced a very low-profile journalism. For example, Miroslava worked for a national newspaper, La Jornada, so she was allowed to publish what was happening. Of course, that there was another problem, because with the control of official publicity the problem is not what you're forced to say, but what you cannot say. So this produces this pandemic of misinformation. Another problem that still exists is that the narco policy has increased. Before, when Miroslava was able to show this, it was a taboo. It was impossible to talk about this. Now we actually mention that in the political candidacies. Now we know that there are mayors and there are members of the Chamber of Deputies who belong to the organized crime. And there are no guarantees for our freedom and for our safety. For most of us, this is true. The problem with drug dealers is now that when you do anything related to journalism, you find drug dealers. They have diversified their activities, and now they do not only control the drug traffic, but they're colluded with extractive enterprises. They are colluded with these corporations, and they have the complicity of the different levels of government. And it seems that these armed groups are at the service of these corporations, or vice versa. They control the forestry, the monoculture, and so forth. In this context, Miroslava Bridge was working. She was a great inspiration for many of us. She has had such a strong personality, and her assassination was also a blow to all of us. She was very strong, and she was a strategist. I would say that she always used strategies. She would never accept anything from governments. When it is very common to give some money or presents to journalists on Christmas, but she would never accept those. They will just refuse, and they will send a very strong message that she wouldn't accept such things. As a journalist, she was very powerful. She could question power, and she was very good at signaling the government. She came from the municipality of Chinipas, which borders the state of Sonora, and she defended that with her life. She covered corruption in mining and indigenous peoples in 2013, when the drug dealer Rafael Caro Quintero was freed. He came back to his territory, which is the border of Sonora and Chihuahua. And in Chinipas municipality, which was apparently calm because it has always been part of this struggle of the drug cartels, but back then it was more or less okay. We hadn't seen so much violence since then. And this woman, this strategist, says she wants me as an ally, that she counts on me. She wanted to have me in that state. And in 2014, she approached me and we started sharing information. We started sharing information with regard to our own investigations. And in that way, we had this conversation until 2016, when the elections came along in January 2016 or December 2015. We had the candidates, and the Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI, had chosen some candidates with relations with the organized crime, particularly two who were part of their families from Chinipas and Bachiniba. And those municipalities, in the end, the party had to change the candidates. We're talking about the political system. We're not talking just about one party or the other, but it's a whole system. And we published this report. And since then, we suffered terrible harassment. And now I can call it threatening. as happened in Tamaulipas and Guerrero. They use guns and rifles to threaten. The narco politics are very strong. It's very difficult to feel that. So they started harassing her in Chinipas. The reaction came from Chinipas municipality. At first, I worked at the Sierra Tarahumara, and after all this time, I know that her workplace was Chinipas because it was her land of origin. So they started asking us not to publish anything, not to risk ourselves, because the Lord was very angry at us, the drug lord. For some time, we stopped our coverage, and when we saw that the candidates, people close to these drug lords, were starting taking positions, we still shared information, the information about security officials colluded with the drug dealers, and so forth. That was like the dynamic. She also had a column called Mirone, where she insisted on that. She made a follow-up on those people who were colluded with the Chinipas drug lords. When this person from the other National Action Party was appointed, she was very strongly decided to denounce him, as it had always been the case. But after a year, well, before that, I can tell you that the main area of concern of Miroslava during the last year of her life was the young journalists. She saw that they were very lonely. Those of us who were doing it freely, were at risk, and the others were laced to the official publicity. Miroslava didn't like to find other journalists, but in the last months, she always asked me if I had worked with this person or that person, and if they were part of the mechanism for the protection of journalists. So she exposed the threats she was receiving. And she was very interested in understanding how to receive training on digital security. And now I think that she was aware of the risk, but she didn't understand how big it was. And although I know that she was aware, I don't think that I understood back then how big it was. But she protected her children. She prepared everything, even me. I didn't know everything she knew. Before her assassination, there was a coverage she made on corruption, their politics related to Hank Ron. We were hearing Adela talk about this. A few days before, the 23rd of May 2017, when she was murdered, 3 days before, a very corrupt politician had an accident, Carlos Hermosillo, who was the right arm of the governor at the time. I forgot to mention that I think that it was the worst government we have had after Duarte, because they didn't recognize enforced disappearances or forcible displacement. The image they wanted to project was that they were the saviors of Chihuahua. And that governor allowed the drug cartels to do anything they wanted, just without bloodening the streets. He didn't care. Nobody cared if there were deaths all over the place, all over the state. That's what we were reporting on. And that was our context. The consequences of her assassination, and I believe this is important, were many. As part of the questions, and I want to answer that because I think it's related to the emotional and legal effects of forced displacement of my colleagues. I have had the privilege of being accompanied by many colleagues, many journalists, many organizations of the civil society in Chihuahua, in Oaxaca, in Peru, and Barcelona, where I was able to be. That has been my strength. That's how I learned to protect myself. The state has never protected me. The mechanism has never been useful. When Miroslava was murdered, they finally convinced me to flee. I didn't want to flee. I didn't want to run away. But the governor, Javier Corral, was the one who wanted me to go. She was the one telling me, you should go, you should go. But one day I had to take that flight, and I never heard of them again, and they were so happy. They were so happy because of that. When they were asked about me, I was never a protected witness. I never had the quality or the treatment of protected witness or victim. The mechanism I was part of when I arrived in Mexico City was just bodyguards, but eventually they just erased my name, so I never became part of that. They just erased my name. So now talking about the emotional effects, you feel like you've been erased because people put up with the fact that you're not there. They get used to not seeing you. So I have never stopped talking about Chihuahua, but that's the effect, that's what I feel, that's what I see. Life plans change. I had never planned to leave Chihuahua. I didn't know if I would have to do that in another context, but of course I would never think about that. I didn't want to leave my children, my family. And it's not easy to grieve outside your land. I'm trying to share my experience. There are not as many as journalists who have the same privilege as I have had, but still, I want you to understand this experience. At some point, I started questioning myself, my privilege of distancing, because I had the privilege of counting on people who would help me, and this helped me to rebuild. I also want to talk about how to come back now that the mechanism insists very much on people going back to the places they come from, and I think this is brutal. They are literally delivering us to the hands of those who want us dead. So our lives are at risk. We're not products. Okay, so this is with regard to authorities, but going back to the emotional part, it's very difficult to go back. It's very difficult to come back, and it's difficult to understand that your life is at risk. You need to improve your life strategies to demand justice for Miroslava and for everybody else, but also to remain alive yourself. Now I cannot take my children out of Chihuahua. I would like them to be outside, far away, in a better environment, but I can't. now that's my daughter's context. That's what they live. I couldn't talk about the experiences of all people who have experienced this, but everything changes. You cannot relate to other people in the same way. Well, those are the bad parts because you also have a different lens on life. You face guilt. You acknowledge hate and anger, and you start working on that. You don't have to live with that as a burden. You start working on that. And I was wondering, I don't know if I want to stay or I want to go. I wanted to go to Peru because that was my safe place. But it's difficult. It's difficult to come back. You need better strategies. Being far away makes you very conscious of what you need to do. For example, the risk analysis. You need to learn how to make a context assessment, a context analysis to improve your emotional, physical, and digital strategies to keep you alive. Of all the things you have heard, I believe that this is the only hope we have. We have learned to be more like strategists. And certainly it's not easier for those who stay. Sometimes we have the burden because we are the affected, we are the victims, and the families of those who are murdered have to experience that. But those who stay also have to experience these things. Our colleagues had to face our network, had to carry on with the network, and it was bankrupt. So they still try to respond in any way, but they were so afraid that they couldn't respond to that. Miroslava was not there anymore, and they all felt like it could be any one of them. It's very hard. It's very hard for everyone without an accompaniment, because just as the families feel abandoned, the guilt also feels abandoned. Sometimes the lives of the murdered ones are the greatest source of concern, but those who remain alive also experience a lot of problems. And in spite of that, we have had independent media of colleagues who left the traditional newspapers and media to exert free journalism, and they are conscious enough not to accept official publicity with all the risks that this entails in Chihuahua. We could talk about three of them: La Verdad de Juárez, Juárez Truth, Yo Ciudadano, myself a citizen. Among the questions you made, you were asking what can we do to prevent the exile of journalists. I think this is easy. This is easy to answer. Authorities should do their job with the laws. Do whatever they can. If there were political will, this will be enough. For example, with the reforms that Lucia and Sara and Laura mentioned, all of these that has been talked about here. But if the authorities did their job, there would be no problem. There would be no need for such a profound analysis. If they did their jobs, we wouldn't have to flee as if we were the criminals. Well, the criminals are controlling more and more the territory, and they are escalating their political careers. Back then, since 2013, 2014, the murders of the cartels start to demand being part of the list of the police, and they wanted to be part of that. And now they are deputies and they are mayors. They are in the state government. If the authorities would combat impunity, this wouldn't happen. When Miroslava published anything on drug dealing, it was a taboo. Nowadays, it's very common. It's nothing new. As Sarah mentioned, in the case of Miroslava, there are two important people, Juan Carlos Moreno Ochoa, who was sentenced or convicted to 50 years in prison because he was the one who planned the strategies. He was the one who shot and who did anything. And Javier Corral said that he was the mastermind. But there has never been any doubt that Miroslava was assassinated because of her job. The other friends of the governor were implied. The discourse changed. They had different ways of saying that. I was there present to signal the politicians who called us to threaten us. It was the politicians who were demanding us to give the sources. The other one is the former mayor of Chinipas, Hugo Schulz Alcaraz. He was a mayor back then in Chinipas municipality, and he was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Sara Mendiola will tell you about that. It was a very short trial. So that's it. Juan Carlos Moreno and Hugo Schulz are expendable, and they have been substituted. The political and criminal system is the same. It continues just exactly the same. So what do we need to prevent these exiliations and so forth? That the authorities do their jobs. Nobody has ever investigated who were making the orders. Nobody ever investigated who called us to threaten us. And those of them who were protected are still there. Now we have a different group, different from the Javier Corral's group, but Javier Corral managed to arrest 30 people from the other administration, from Duarte, and now this new governor just freed them. This collusion, this connivance, or this symbiosis of the judicial and the executive power. Now the governor, the new governess herself, asked for 2 procedures against herself to be filed because she was in connivance during Cesar Duarte's government. So that is the situation of today, and it's a replica of what's happening throughout the country. So in the case of Miroslava, another thing that happened is that Collective 23 arose. That's a name?
The international journalists, national journalists that started to work on the case. That is something positive too of this field, and that also showed everything that was investigated in the government of Gabriel Corral. And just to wrap up now, they have talked about the context analysis, which is a legal figure right now. The National Commission has it as a unit, and they analyzed the context of over 90,000 cases of forced disappearance. And in Chihuahua last year, there was this conviction of an assassination of an indigenous advocate, where the tribunal, with this context analysis, actually investigated the masterminds that actually assassinated Victor, and they went to state to give their statement. Around 20 indigenous people, and they accredited the effect towards the whole community. And that's what we want. That's what we want with journalists, because journalists are also involved as victims, as side victims of this. And it is impenetrable having access to these files. And we are under the instructions of the families and the adjuvants, and we are affected directly. This affects our lives and our journalistic work. Thank you very much, Patricia. I don't have any questions. Do you have any question? We have judges through Zoom. They are watching us remotely, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Patricia Mayorga, for your participation and your testimonies. Thank you very much. And now it is time to go to the concert, so we can just prepare ourselves. So I will ask, please, to bring a person from Vivir's team so we can explain how this is going to work. We're going to do that tomorrow. Priscilla and Maurice accepted because we are very